no entiendo de colores ni de raza. A mí me gusta el morenito de tu cara. Te he buscado en cada tarde, vida mía. Se me corta la respiración por ti. Los vientos bebo, tus pasitos en mi camino van haciendo. Solo porque tú me miras yo me muero. Los atardeceres de tus ojos, mira la verdad que tiene, niña, tu seno.
Yo sé que tú a mí me quieres un poco, con tu carita posada en mi hombro. Mira que encanta es la voz de mi alma. Mi persona favorita tiene la cara bonita, tiene un ángel su sonrisa, tiene un corazón y yo a mi persona favorita yo le canto esta cosita de juguete que en mi vida juega con mi corazón. Eres como el sol, sale sin razón, dando luz y calma. Una sola flor que me guardo yo y tu voz que me desarma. Yo sé que tú a mí me quieres un poco, con tu carita posada en mi hombro. Mira que encanta es la voz de mi alma. Mi persona favorita tiene la cara bonita, tiene un ángel su sonrisa, tiene un corazón y yo a mi persona favorita yo le canto esta cosita de juguete que en mi vida juega con mi corazón. Yo sé que tú a mí me quieres un poco, pon tu carita pegada a mi hombro. Mi persona favorita tiene la cara bonita, tiene un ángel su sonrisa, tiene un corazón y yo mi persona favorita yo le canto esta cosita de juguete que en mi vida juega con mi corazón. Mi persona favorita tiene la cara bonita,
Tiene un ángel su sonrisa,
mi persona favorita
yo le canto
esta cosita. Mi persona favorita tiene la cara bonita,
persona favorita. Yo le canto esta
Porque sigo como un loco, dando vueltas en la nada, persiguiendo ese fantasma que dejaste en mi cama. Porque vuelves como siempre a cruzarte en mi mirada, a adueñarte de mi mente, enredándome en tus ganas. Dime, amiga, si es normal que aún me tiemblen las rodillas cada vez que yo imagino que tus manos me acarician. Dime, amiga, ¿cómo puedo yo calmar esta agonía? Mientras más te hago el amor, más te deseo todavía. La locura va rodeando lentamente tu cintura, y con mis dedos paso pierde la cordura. Estoy cerca de ti, la locura son tus...
Good morning. Welcome to the first session of infectious disease. In the keynote lecture will be no question, but if you have any, please ask the speaker after of his conference. The keynote lecture is the expectation and direction for the prudent use of antibiotics in bovine mastitis control given by Dr. Moroni. He obtained his DBA dissertation in 1993 at University of Milano, Italy, for his work investigation on the mastitis and correlation with intramammary infections and dry therapy. In 1994, he spent 6 months in Institute for Hygiene of Kiel, Germany, and in 1998 followed the PhD. Dynamics of some immunity parameters in sheep milk and correlation with intramammary infection. And in the same year, he became researcher at the School of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Milan. Diplomated to European College of Bovine Health Management from 2007. In 2010, he moved to Cornell University, and he was a director of K.M.J.A until 2013, when he retired. Actually, he's a full professor at University of Milano. He believes that a strong connection between the field and the laboratory practice, bacteriology and molecular testing, are the best opportunity for developing both effectiveness preventive programs and treatments or vaccination schemes for the practitioner and the farmer. He therefore strongly encouraged to keep this cooperation active and working in order not to lose track of the real status of dairy cattle, farming situation, and also increase the relation with the practitioners. Dr. Moroni, welcome.
So, good morning to everybody. I think it's the second time that I address a suit in my life, and I think that everybody needs to appreciate. The first was when I married, and now I realize after my CV I am too old, and I need to change my style. And I hope the presentation could be better with my suit. So, today I would like to speak about concern of antimicrobial use in animals, expectation and plan from different countries, reduction of antimicrobial use of antibiotics in bovine mastitis, and we know there is a lot of pressure regarding this. And then we will try to have some conclusion, global conclusion. I know the chairman, they don't want to have a talk because we don't have time, but I will be more than happy if I will be able to answer some questions later. So, this is more or less the vision. This is more or less the vision that people, the generally consumer, the young people, the young generation, they have about dairy farm and about use of antibiotics in poultry, swine, and bovine. And this is what we saw in the media, we saw on the social media and everything. And this is something like a vet we need to take in consideration, and we need to support this kind of new model. Last night, we have an interesting dinner, and one of the topics was thinking about the world without vet. What's going on? Thinking about our job, thinking about in which way we will be able to produce safe food, we will be able to control everything. And this is one of the most important topics that we need to address. And if you look on the media, I just searched a little bit, 80% of all antibiotic use in user are fit to farm animals. But what about human? What about the rest of the use of the antibiotic? It's really a problem? It's really something that we need to struggle? Or is something that's coming bigger and bigger? And then on the right side, I guess it was after I started abusing antibiotic that I noticed my 4 extra teeth. Come on. So we have a lot of cow with 3 teeth, and now we have 8 teeth. This is something. But the really starting point in this. Sure, we use antibiotic because we need to cure animal, and sometimes we have many bacterial susceptibility, but sometimes are resistance. But it's not like in this presentation, and this could be part of our job to try and understand in which way we will be able to optimize the use of the antibiotic, and in which way we will be able to reduce the resistance of the antibiotic. But remember, we are in a biology situation, nothing is black, nothing in white. We need to find a compromise. And when we move to the situation of about use of the antibiotic in livestock in 2020, there is a huge difference between each country. And we don't want to blame some country or to say to do is better than another country. But if you start about Europe, I spent 14 years of my life in US, and now I am back to Europe. Europe started early in about reduction of antibiotic, thanks to the Scandinavian country, thanks to Netherlands, and now they reach, or we reach, the rest of the Europe, great status about use of the antibiotic. But what about the rest? And this is something that we need to start to thinking. We need to have a global data. We need to start to support each other, and we need to share more information from the consumer point of view. So this is the future. I am a little bit afraid when I saw this slide, because I said, I don't want to reach 2050. 10 million of people that will die about antibiotic resistance. Come on, I travel around the world and I have more possibility to crash with an airplane that get antibiotic resistance or die for antibiotic resistance. But the data are really interesting. But to the opposite side, I am a little bit afraid about this kind of situation. But this is the real situation. If we look at the situation in Netherlands, and this is the data from 2023, so really, really new data. If we focus on E. coli isolate in broilers, slaughter pigs, veals, and calf, there is a global decrease for all the antibiotics that we can see on the bottom, and this is a normal trend due to the 20 years where they start to work on this direction. So why we are not able to present to the global media this kind of data? Why we are not like a vet or like research able to support this kind of information? We need to have more of this kind of data to show to everybody. We are not so bad when we work on the technical animal. We are not so nasty to use and abuse of the antibiotic. So, move to the expectation for the prudent use of the antibiotic. I have a couple of scenarios. But the most important message, the good, the bad, and the ugly antibiotic. And the big discussion is to antibiotic or not to antibiotic. So we will not move for sure in organic direction. We cannot move in organic direction. We can keep 8–10% of organic farm, but the rest is still conventional. And then we can talk about the possibility to have a grazing system, the possibility to have in and outdoor, but the use of the antibiotic could be part of our management. But we need to optimize the use. So social science, I think this was one of the milestones Theo Lam and Yolanda Jansen, they built in 2000, I think 15, 16, they published in 2017, and was the PhD of Yolanda Parr, the reset mind model. And one of the most important things is they put some point or some milestone, about beware of change of the people, beware of change of farmer, beware of change of the vet. But I would like to move in Italian way. So what about education? How much time do we spend about communication with the media, communication with the children at school about our rule, about our job? What about the social pressure that we have every day about like vet, about like organization? What about economics? They ask to reduce the antibiotic, but in the end, we cannot keep the same price at the farm of milk or beef. We need to increase something because this is a long story, this is a long walk. Which kind of tools do we have? We have a lot of data coming from, I speak about my side, mastitis, from the milking parlor, but in which way we'll be able to use? How many of our farmers, they collect milk sample, clinical mastitis? How many they send to the lab? So these are really important. And last but not least, and for Italian it's really tough, rule. Which kind, we need to have rule, we need to have an approach, we need to understand we are part of the system. Europe, North America, Oceania, or China, or Asia is not a problem. But we need to have a general rule to follow, because milk is milk from Cornell or New York State until Beijing. Expectation of Nordic country. I think everything starts probably from the ethical point of view, from the consumer point of view, also for research point of view for the Nordic country. They have more energy, they have more data, and also they have more possibility, because if we look the average of the site, Denmark is around 200, but Finland is 48 and Norway is 28, so we need to take in consideration also the size of the farm when we speak about expectation or reduction of antibiotic. One thing is moving 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 dairy farm, the other is work with 50 or 60 animals, so it's a really big change. But anyway, one of the most important message was each country of Scandinavian country, they try to optimize, they try to put together a guideline for the use of the antibiotic in general. So each country has they have a specific rule, they have specific situation they need to follow. The same question is, what about the other country, not Scandinavian country? So this is, for example, a paper from Denmark. And the question was, what aspect do you generally consider when making decision about initial treatment of clinical mastitis? Clinical signs in milk and others. Why we don't add bacteriology? Because we know we have 40%, 45% of clinical cases are negative. Why we need to use antibiotic every time we have clinical mastitis? 95% of the people say, okay, we use antibiotic, and this is why the way that we grow in the past, but now we need to change mentality. And then the other is, how often do you need antibiotic treatment for mastitis? And then this is the second step. We divide it in mild, moderate, and severe case. But the question is, why in a moderate case they still always or often use antibiotic? I know there is a welfare problem and we need to support, but why don't support with NSAID? And this is one of the big topics, one of the big points that we need to discuss with the farmer, and like a vet, we need to take a position and we do have a support data to move in this direction. And now often do you initiate treatment with two points, immediately after the clinical examination and possible sample when the results from the laboratory analysis are available. We will see in the next few slides, there is a huge possibility to improve in this direction. Waiting one day and see what's going on. And then we did, and also I was part of the paper, also if there is the treatment say expert in mastitis, they had me because Volker Kronk is a friend of mine. We did a couple of studies under the European Community Project, and one of the most interesting, scary results was we are in Europe, we have a different country, but we have different completely approach for the protocol. So Spain is completely different from Spain, from Germany, from Denmark, from France. Why we are not able to standardize, and this could be part of the project, try to support, try to standardize. I know each country, different antibiotic, different rule, But I think in the end, it's the same story, it's the same long walk to the milk quality improve. And when we go back, this is old, this is not new because Italy is the last, and now we improve really a lot, and there is also United Kingdom. But if you look at the reduction of the use of the antibiotic, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, they really did a great job, and then United Kingdom and Netherlands. Italy still try to increase, but in the last 2 or 3 years, we decreased of 50% of the use of the antibiotic, and was only in 3 years. So I think the people, the vet, they really did a great job. Expectation for US. I think this is a little bit a different approach. We still use cephalosporin of 3rd generation in US, but if you look the 2019 roadmap, they move more in the use of vaccine and more in address or put money in education and scholarship, and this is probably the correct direction that we need to follow. We need to teach, we need to train new generation of vet, but also we need to train in farmer to understand what is the real value for the future, because they sell her product or his product, and they are responsible for what's going on in the bull tank milk. New Zealand, I really like New Zealand from rugby, but they really start in not black and white, but green and red, so they can use penicillin procaine, and it's not allowed to use 3rd and 1st generation like in Europe, fluoroquinolone and macrolide. So one really strong message, and they decrease the use of the antibiotic in New Zealand. But remember, and this is one of the most important points, reduction antimicrobial use in a farm animals, how to support behavior change from veterinary and farmer. This is one of the most important points. We need to spend time with our farmer. We need to start to communicate this kind of information, and we need to sit down and understand why we use antibiotic A instead to antibiotic B. I know in some part is a little bit mentality change, but these are the direction, these are the tools that we have in our pocket. And we have a couple of steps that we need to going on. Thinking about what's happened, I think my reality, my family, we have 3 kids. So every time that we suggest or we say we would like to change something, no way, Dad, we don't want to change. You are too old. And thinking about the situation in the farm, we need to change management, it's too difficult. The price of milk is too low, I cannot. And then they start to understand the intention of to change. Oh, maybe I will be able, because I will be able to sell better price of milk, I will be able to reduce the infection, I will be able to keep as much as possible the animal on my farm. And then is, okay, the next step could be in which way I will be able to implement it. So what I can do, I will work from the bending point of view, and then I will move to the milking machine, so a little bit. And then when I will reach the plateau, I will say, so in the end, it was not so difficult. I took 2 years, 3 years, but now I am more stable. I have less mastitis, less problem. Why don't continue in this direction? And then is the reason for the use of the antibiotic in dairy cow. Mastitis is 75%, and then we have pneumonia or other claw problem. And this is coming from 95%, remember, of infection disease is management problem. We can use which kind of antibiotic we want, we can use which kind of vaccine we want, but farmer and the vet, so all together, we need to change mentality. It is not allowed anymore to have 1 meter of fecal material, because I am a gentleman and I want to say something different, in the farm and try to reduce the mastitis. Reason for antibiotic treatment in intramammary infection. Clinical mastitis, no doubt, we suggest this approach for a long 25, 30 years. Subclinical mastitis, I have high somatic cell count in a bull tank and I want to reduce, and I want to have premium, I want to have a legal limit. I don't think people still struggle, but the percentage is really very few. And then I want to treat high somatic cell count cow, because I want to keep as much as possible animal in the farm. And then the big new relative new for some country, for Italy in 2022, area, select dry cow therapy. So remember, we need to use antibiotics to treat existing infection, select dry cow therapy, but in other countries, not in Europe, the prevention of new infection, we can use antibiotics also to prevent the new infection. But the question is, how many of you, how many of us, they check in which way they dry off the animal, they check in which way they use the antibiotic, if they are clean or not. This is one of the points that we need to address. And then it's long action, no milk loss, so we can use antibiotic in a dry period. And when we move to Pennsylvania, if you look at the data, if you look, the majority of antibiotics are used on mastitis. And when we speak about cephalosporin of first and third generation, is US, so it's a huge percentage of the use of this kind of antibiotic. But remember, when we go in the proportion of aggregate sale, the intramammary product is only 0.7% of all our market in agriculture. So the rest are oral solution, premix, and everything else. So it's really a problem. The use of antibiotic in our farm is something that we need to consider. We can improve, we can optimize, but I don't think we use so many antibiotics around the world in our dairy farm. So what we can do, global approach and basic principle. This is Luca Guardabassi, Italian friend who work now, I think, in Denmark, and he published an interesting book and say, disease prevention as a tool for reduction use antibiotic. There is no doubt we need to have more data. Accurate diagnosis and antimicrobial susceptibility test. This could be part of our approach. I need to know which kind of bacteria if I want to use antibiotic A or B. Justification of antimicrobial use. This is just for us, for the law, but also for the media, also for the consumer. Choice of an appropriate antimicrobial product on the basis of what? Not because I used in the past, a friends of mine and so on. We need to have data. Ethical aspect and appropriate dose regime. So, and the other big question is there is a relationship between antimicrobial use and antibiotic resistance of the most common mastitis pathogen in dairy cow. So we use so much antibiotic that we produce superbugs every time in our farm. If we look at the data, it's not true. There is not so much pressure, and the data are not in this direction. And this is part of my job, and this is part of your job. Try to move in this direction and produce data, put the face in a public workshop, and say, okay, we need to optimize, but in the end, it's not so worst. And then there is the 6W responsibility use of the antibiotic in the cattle. Who need to be responsibility? Which, what, where, when, and why? So I will try to explain a little bit better. So who need to be involved? There is no discussion. I think farmers need to be part of this discussion. We need to spend time with them. We need to sit down, and then we need to move forward. Role of the veterinarian in Sweden, they start really very early. They obtain and they got really incredible result. The role of veterinarian monitoring program of mastitis control, this is Serbia. So we need to be part. We need to know the data. We need to analyze the data. Different European perspective on treating mastitis. It's not possible that Volker used an approach, Paolo Moroni used another approach, and Leon Luis used another approach. We need to try to, as a sort of experience, try to globalize everything, but in the same time, we need to have a sort of SOP or guideline that everybody can follow. And then there is a particular situation that maybe we can stop, we can spend more time, but I think try to simplify everything, try to move in the same direction could be probably the best solution. And then this is Danish farmer veterinary communication. I remember when Teolam and Yolanda, they started 20 years ago, they said, these are crazy. We speak about mastitis, we speak about reproduction, they want to speak about communication. But in the end, it was true. We have a lack of consistency. We don't talk with our farmer. We are so in a rush that we don't spend time. But to the opposite side, the farmer, they need to understand if we talk, if we spend time, they need to pay for this kind of job. And this is one of the most critical or problematic situations. Think about Italy. We don't pay every 50 minutes, half an hour, or hour like in US. So why I need to spend 2 hours to discuss about change, word about antibiotic resistance? If the opposite side, they don't get this kind of message, they don't care. But this is a kind of discussion that we need to start again. Who need to be involved? And this was part of my job at Cornell. New York State Dairy Farm perception of use of antibiotic. We collect some interview, and one of the best interview that I got from one of the farmers was Dr. Moroni. I don't understand why I cannot use antibiotic in my cow. I use antibiotic with my wife when she's sick, or my daughter, and my cow are part of the family. I use antibiotic only when they are sick. What is the problem? And this is what probably one of the best answers that I got, and I would like to say, yes, you can, but, I know it's not legal to say but, or it's not possible to say but we would like to optimize, we would like to have more information when you use antibiotic. But this was one of the farmers that they really give me a lot of rethinking. And the other most important thing, how does public perception of the antibiotic use? It's not possible that everybody blame other category. Everybody blame the use of the farmer for the use of everything, methane, ozone, and everything. So we need to be careful. We need to put our data in officially website on officially paper. And this is a survey, what we did in NMC in Milano about the resistance regarding the use of the antibiotic from different veterinary. And one of the problems was we don't have time to talk with the farmer. And this is why we don't address the problem. Who need to be involved? And this is ABP, I think the most important message is the veterinarian will recommend a diagnostic protocol of clinical mastitis. How many of you may do this kind of job in your farm? Work with the producer to develop a practical treatment protocol, easy protocol. Work with the producer to devise a clinical mastitis record. How many of you suggest to collect data, a standardized data? I cannot collect data in a farm A and a farm B are different type of way to collect data, because when I put together, when I try to compare something, it's really a mess. And then responsibility of health personnel. We need to work with the people. They milking 2 times, they milking 3 times, but they are the people that spend more time in a milking parlor. They need to be training. They need to be part of the job. They need to be involved in our day-to-day operation. Which test we can use? We can move on farm culture, and there is some, I didn't get money from these companies, just put on the website. And we can use the most technological lab, and also we can go with the fancy PCR detection. And so I think it's, we need to take in consideration cost benefit, if I am close or not close to the lab, if I have people that can be training, if I will be able to training people. This is something that we need to take in consideration when we move in this direction. We can use standard mastitis bacteriology, no doubt, but also we can move in a fancy MALDI-TOF identification of bacteria when we have species identification for each bacteria. But to the opposite side, it's great for research. But from the practical point of view, how many of you have a different protocol if we found strep uberis, or if we found strep dysgalatia, or if we found strep canis? I think we use antibiotic and nothing else, correct? So we need to continue to develop a new protocol. We need to have more data also in this direction. What we cannot use, in Europe for sure, third and first generation of cephalosporin, fluoroquinolone, long-acting macrolide, and polymyxin B and E. So because, okay, it's a critical important antimicrobial, but also risk factor associated with E. coli CTXM. It's really something that we can struggle or we can have data about paper. Where we can run culture, so we can run in a big farm, we can do in a small farm, we can shipping sample in a lab, but how many of you or how many of your farmers they will be able to package, they will be able to go to the post office, they will be able to collect samples. So this is something that we struggle every time. But remember, use of the rapid culture system to guide clinical mastitis in some cases is one of the best solutions to reduce the use of the antibiotic. And one thing is, remember, when we say use of on-farm culture, the reality, it's really tough because I think no more than 10% of our farmers, they use on-farm culture. The rest, they treat cow like 25 years ago, 35 years ago. But we need to start to work again with these people and understand why they're not able to reach, in which way they will be able to reach, how many of the small farm they will be able to collect or centralize the collection of the sample, in which way the vet or the associate group of vet, they can support this kind of service. This is something that we need to take in consideration for the future. Where? So treat clinical mastitis, intramammary, intramuscle, there is a lot short or long treatment. There is a huge difference from each country, but this is something that we need to consider. Therapeutic effect of systemic of intramammary antimicrobial treatment of bovine subclinical mastitis during lactation. So what we know, how many of your farmers, how many of you suggest to treat subclinical mastitis? I think it's a little bit a challenge. We need to reduce the use of the antibiotic, and then Paolo Moroni suggests, why don't treat subclinical mastitis? So, and one of the questions say, doctor, but you suggest to reduce the use of the antibiotic, dry off, and now you suggest to keep as much as possible animal and lactation to treat subclinical mastitis that I never did in my life. What is wrong? So I think we need to know in which farm we suggest something, and each farm is completely different from first farm to the second farm to the third farm. So we need to have data to support our decision. And then comparative efficacy of local and systemic antibiotic treatment in lactating cow with clinical mastitis. The use of fans, the use of NSAs, the use of we can wait in 1 day, we cannot wait in 1 day, we can start to treat, I need to collect X number of samples, and then I would like to figure out what's going on. When, and this is a part of when I need to use antibiotic. So I use on-farm culture, I have gram-positive, I have gram-negative, I have no microbial growth. So why I need to use antibiotic in mild and not severe case or no growth, why I need to use antibiotic? And this could be part of the discussion, could be in the last 10 years, 12 years, part of our job. So I would like to say today we suggest maybe to treat for sure strep. There is a huge discussion about NAS or ex-CNS, but it's part of the research. Every 4 or 5 years we need to change something. And these are different protocols, different suggestions. This was invited to review a selective treatment of clinical mastitis in dairy cow, and this was one of the best group, and I realized I am not part of the best group, so I am a little bit upset, but it's part of our life. I was not involved, but the rest of my friends are part of this paper. And you see, this is a little bit different, because one is the most important message is mild and moderate, severe, what we can do. I can use anti-inflammatory, I can waiting, I cannot waiting. This is a part of communication, this is a part of training with the farmer that we need to do for them. Why? Why I need to wait 24 hours to treat cow. It's a big drama. Oh, my father used to treat cow the day before they got mastitis because he's a smart guy. And now you tell me that I need to wait in 24 hours if I have a possibility to have on-farm culture, or if I have a possibility to send in a lab with Malditov in 24 hours, we will be able to get the result. And this is what we did at Cornell. And these are more or less the result. Does waiting 24 hours for pathogen ID and the treatment only strep and staph with, okay, there are two American products, change? No. There is no problem if we treat a staph and strep the same day or if we're waiting 24 hours. Does waiting 24 hours for pathogen ID and treating only strep and staph today and treating with spectromas change the linear score? No, there is no difference. And then what about milk production? It's the same question. There is no really a big difference about treatment from one group to the other group. And we speak about 725 cases of clinical mastitis in New York State. And the other is the risk of being sold, the cow or dead, or survive curve at 30 days and 60 days are different? No. So one of the most important messages was if we will be able to convince, if we will be able to communicate with the farmer, there is no really big difference to wait in 24 hours. And if you have the possibility to get the result in 24 hours, there is no really big difference. It's only psychological problem, but still I am not able to provide this message to more than 10% of our farmers. This is something, maybe it's my communication problem, maybe it's a part of the new plan for the future, but we need to move in this direction. Mentally, psychologically, we need to work to improve this kind of communication. But the data are strong. But remember, every time that we try to change something, the first approach is, no doubt, I cannot. Because change everything is my life. I will lose cow, I will lose quarter, and I don't want to change 24 hours. So try to start slowly and see what's going on. And then we will see result, or maybe we cannot see the result, but we can start to change a little bit and say, no way, in this farm we cannot move in this direction. It's not a problem, change mind. Only stupid people that don't change mind. And with the data that support our change, we will be able to support our farmer. And also for the economic, I don't like the economic situation because every time, oh, you have mastitis? Yes. And when you lose money, oh, yeah, sure, I'm not stupid. If I have mastitis, I produce less money, but it's part of our research, it's part of our deal. And if you look the conclusion of the paper, so this was 1,000 lactating cow. If they start to treat only strep and staph species, they had 67% of reduction of the use of antibiotic, and they were able to save more than $30,000. But the most important message is reduction of antibiotic. Forget for one time the money. I think it's important message for everybody, it's important message for the media. What can I also use? And we is an alternative to common prevent use of antibiotic for cattle, swine, and chicken. So it's really a new world also for me. Phytotherapy, nanotechnology, bacteriophage, epitherapy, ozone, probiotic. When I put together this slide, I realized, Paolo, you are too old because you still think about antibiotic and there is this completely new world with all this information. Homeopathic, vaccination. So vaccination, as you have seen, is probably could be part of the future. But what a very strong data. In US, they use J5 for the last 30 years. There's no doubt. But what about the rest? And this is not my paper, this is JDS. Randomized blind controlled clinical trials show no benefit of homeopathic mastitis treatment in dairy cow. So there is data that don't support to move in this direction. And also PAM-RUEC, management of mastitis on organic and conventional dairy farm. they didn't find a huge difference about antibiotic resistance. So what's going on? But to the opposite side, development of unconventional treatment for mastitis in dairy cattle, this paper says there is a huge possibility to move in this direction. So in the end, I was a little bit confused, and probably also comparative effective of individual homeopathic antibiotic in the treatment of bovine clinical mastitis, randomized control study. They show some difference, but not a lot of difference. So probably we need more data, we need more paper to support this direction. But remember, you did great, especially the people they live in Europe, and I don't want to blame the other, but I see the same trend from China, from South Africa, from Brazil or Argentina or North American, a decrease of the use of the antibiotic in, I would like to say, it's a technical animal, and from my point of view, in a dairy farm. So if we look at the data of November 2023, consumption of antibiotic in animal research, lowest level ever in Europe. And the funny thing, they start to increase in human. So what is wrong? Is it our fault, or is something that we need to spend a little bit more time in this direction? And overall, sales of veterinary antibiotic decreased by 53% between 2011 and 2022, reaching the lowest level ever reported. This is one of the key findings of a 30 annual report of surveillance. So, and this is up to you, up to everybody, up to all the vet, at all the categories. We really did a great job, guys. We really optimized the use of the antibiotic, but now we cannot stop. We need to continue in this direction because our daily-to-day battle to show this kind of data is ongoing, never end. We need to put our face, you need to put your face, we need to put strong data on the market and on the paper. Conclusion. So from my point of view, there is a lot of unnecessary oppression about the use of the antibiotic in animals. But from the ethical point of view, from the research point of view, we need to continue to move in this direction. There is no doubt we need to have data to support the use of the antibiotic in mastitis, but also we need to support with the new tools. Doesn't mean diagnostic, doesn't mean bacteriology, doesn't mean PCR, that doesn't mean data analysis. But the most important thing is we need to train farmers to collect the correct data. Without correct data, they cannot take a decision. Consensus approach results in a successful reduction of the use of the antibiotic. You did great, we did great. The data are strong, the support in this direction is continued. Sure, we learn a little bit the story from the Scandinavian country plus Netherlands, but in the end, when I went in China, when I went in South America, all the people, let's try to move in this direction. The message is important, but we need to share more experience. We need to do more network. My country is not different from your country. Why don't try to put together the information? Why don't try to put all together this kind of tool that we have to support our farmers? Diagnostic can support reduction in mastitis use of antibiotic. There is no doubt. But the big question is, in which way I will be able, from the logistic point of view, from the training point of view, support milker, support manager, support farmer in this direction. Remember, it's no more than 10, no more than 12% of the farm they use this kind of tool. But what about the rest? How many of the farmers they use somatic cell count to take a decision? So this is something that they need to figure out. And the most important point, but last but not least, it's our role like a vet. We need to take in consideration, we need to be primer talk or primer point about the discussion about reduction of antibiotics. We cannot move in reproduction or the other direction. We need to be responsible for what we prescribe and for what we suggest in our farm. And remember, the antibiotics are not automatic for us either. It is not a common use of the antibiotic. We need to stop, and we already did, to use this kind of antibiotic because the future is ours, for a better milk, for a better beef, for a better life. Thank you. You are surprised. I am Italian, but I am in perfect time. Thanks so much.
Dr. Moroni, thanks so much. I give you a present.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Remember, in this session, no question. If you have some question, talk with Dr. Moroni after the session. In this moment, we begin with the next session. The first is Dr. Luis Samartino is present. Dr. Samartino. No está. No. Dr. Samartino, are you ready? La siguiente. San Martino, el otro. No, es que el otro es Drumond. Doctor Drumond.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's okay when you stand up. Pregunta otra vez por el doctor y si no empezamos con él.
Dr. San Martino, are you ready? Are you here? No. We are going to begin with the next Dr. Drumond, effectiveness and safety of brucellosis control using the RB51 vaccine in adult beef cows. The Dr. Drumond is from Brazil. Welcome. The second presentation, please. Second presentation.
Ese eres tú, ¿no? Ese soy yo. Venga, dale. Mira, ahí ves la hora, los 20 minutos que tienes. ¿Lo ves? Sí. Mira, está acá. ¿Está encendido? Coño, este ya no va. Ah, mira, ¿vale? Sí, te lo dejo abierto. Sí, déjalo abierto. Mira, tienes los 20 minutos a los 15 minutos que llamamos.
Dr. Samartino, buenos días. Excuse me, Dr. Samartino is here, and we began with his presentation. The name is Bovine Brucellosis Advantage of Using Vaccine Brucella abortus RB51.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. The title of the presentation is Advantage of Using Vaccine Brucella abortus RB51. Ah, perdón. Ah, está bien. Dicen que estoy haciendo esto. As you know, for those who don't remember what is brucellosis, just a brief summary. Brucellosis is a worldwide disease. It has problems in different countries in the world. In Latin America, it's present in man, and a lot of brucellosis, bovine brucellosis in most of the country, different prevalence. To control the disease, you have three major columns. Management, you never forget management. Diagnosis, we have a good technique, good serological test, but the interpretation is very important. And the most important tool, which is the vaccines. In this case, we have two vaccines, strain 19 and strain RB51. Both have similar protection. However, there is a difference. You remember for microbiology, Brucella is a gram-negative. Brucella abortus is a gram-negative. Those gram-negative, as well as other gram-negative like Salmonella, Shigella, Yersinia, which is similar to Brucella, they have the lipopolysaccharide. Lipopolysaccharide, LPS, easier. LPS has a short part which is oocyte chain. This oocyte chain of Brucella abortus, when entered in the animal, induces the production of antibody. So you detect this antibody with a serological test available so far. Okay? Strain 19, SCV abortus, we call complete LPS. It has oocyte chain. So when you inject, you put strain 19, of course, you have also antibody formation. So, you can distinguish if vaccine or infection. Okay? And on the other hand, RB51 lack the oocyte chain, do not have oocyte chain. So it does not induce production of antibody. Okay? You can put twice, 3 times, whatever, you don't have antibody formation. Protection is similar. The target of this presentation is to demonstrate the contribution of strain RB51 controlling brucellosis in 2 infected dairy farms. This is a real-life work. It's not an experimental design, classical experimental design with group A, group B, controls, nothing. No. This is a real situation. And we pick up 2 farms. There could be many other farms who follow the same model. One huge farm with more than 2,000 animals with initial prevalence 1.75, and farm B, 500 animals. It's a medium-sized farm in Argentina, dairy farm. No? Under the Argentinian conditions, when the workers have done this work, you must know something. It's compulsive, mandatory strain 19 vaccination to all female calves between 3 and 8 months. So all of these animals involved in this experiment were strain 19 vaccinated as a calf, all of them. Okay. In both farms, when we arrive, they call us. Generally, any veterinarian knows what to do. I need to test and slaughter. But how to do? The first moment they find 1 or 2 or 3 animals in the real life. Okay, do 2 or 3 animals we can handle. So we remove them. Then came again another 3 or 4 animals. We remove. Where they put, maybe they don't remove immediately because there is a good cow, there is a lot of milking, there is a pregnant, whatever, stay there. Until one moment, have an abortion. When you have an abortion, you have the Brucella in the floor, that's the problem, that you have the outbreak. So when we were right there, we have seropositive animal in both farms, abortion, keeping the infection alive, we went and done culture. Biobar 1 was isolated from placental tissue and milk in both farms. So normally I go and sit with the owner or the administrator and always the veterinarian. And you need to discuss with it a plan. We make a plan to control the disease. This is what we have. This is our tool. In this area, we have the Brucella, the abortus, bovis, RB51, the MSD. We use for adult vaccination. If we have the test for serology. Normally, we can use BPA, buffer plate antigen. We need a screening test, official screening test in Argentina, similar to CAR test. No much different. And fluorescent polarization. This complement fixation, we used to support this word, nothing, but it's not necessary. It's a very specific test, old test, but still very useful. So, there's a result. We apply bovis, RB51 to the whole herd. All animals were seronegative at the time of vaccination. No abortion were seen after application of pregnant animals. But let's go to the real situation. We arrive here. When they call us, first thing that I ask, what is your previous situation, your last bleeding? Well, they show us this. Abortion, isolation via abortus by OR1, and I ask immediately, when was your last bleeding? Well, they have 2 months. The first thing that I ask, please, we need to shorten the period between the bleeding. So we did that, and we got with 29 days, 55 new cases. I was scared. That's bad. That's really bad. So we start to talk with the owner and the veterinarian. We must vaccinate here. So here was a situation that the owner was very progressive. He wanted to vaccinate right now. But the veterinarian was a person who was very conservative and say, okay, what happens if we put the RB51 to everybody and have abortion? Okay. This is a real possibility. Yes, it's a real possibility. But I cannot guarantee 100%, but I almost guarantee 90% you won't have abortion because they were previously being vaccinated with the strain 19. Okay, he said, well, let's try again, one more bleeding. We did that here. Exactly, we reduced to the half, 20 animals, new cases, and he was very happy, the veterinarian. We don't need that because he thought, okay, we do exactly in 1 month, we'll be 10 and 5, no. So we did another one, increase again. So we vaccinate here. Why is in red? Everybody was in the farm. It was 2,000. Too many people involved to bleed all the cattle and have the result as soon as possible. And those 27 were removing, no conservative, were good cattle, good genetic, whatever, they won. So all of them, they were seronegative. And then I start to bleed. Same management, it's not easy, the management. There were 3 positions, milking position, need to move the animal from one side, and the management very, very controlled. And we did here 66 days, 45 days, again, a month and a half, and reach 0. And then continue. No abortion, no seroconversion was observed after RB51 vaccination. See, that's something, a detail very interesting. This 66, I told you I prefer to have 30 days. Here is 2 months. What happened? Real life. Flooding, raining a lot. We couldn't enter. So I was very scared. Well, that would be a real problem because just when we put the vaccine immediately, I expect to have a lot of abortion here, a lot of problem here. We have 17. So the vaccine started to work very well. And I can guarantee, I cannot prove what I will say, that most of these 17 cases were produced in the first months after vaccination. You need to remember the vaccines immunity in brucellosis is cellular immunity. It's not immediately. Take a little while just to have the booster. Around a month, more or less. T-helper, remember that. So we reach 0. So everybody happy here. Far B, similar to Far A, whole herd vaccinated with bovis RB51 due to success of bovis RB51 vaccination in Far A. A second bovis RB51 dose was applied to the whole herd to prevent future complications. This is a smaller farm. Here it was the opposite. The owner was so conservative. He tried very careful to the cattle, please don't move too much. These are pregnant, they are milking, don't bleed too many animals, as less as possible do the movement with this animal. So we have this data. When he said 16 new cases, they didn't remember, it was 3 or 4 months, how was the last test. So we went the first test here, 60 days after. We agree with them just to have 2 months. No more, no, he didn't want to move at 30 days. So we have these results here, 8 and 7. I said, let's vaccinate here. But he was very happy because he said, okay, we reduced half the new cases. Don't need the vaccine. So did again, same result. Okay, he was convinced, and so we did the vaccine, same thing that the other cases. We removed the 6 animals out, and we did 1 month and a half, 1 month and a half, 1 month and a half until reach 0. And then we did another vaccination with RB51 after 2 months. What I said that was because they saw the similar results in the far end was part of the truth. Because the other part of the truth is that the owner itself was who want another vaccine. Because he was, okay, if we have the result with 1 vaccine, if I apply another vaccine, I don't need to move again for bleeding 2 months, 3 months. I will have better immunity. Maybe I bleed in the animal for 4 months, 5 months. What has happened? So again, neither abortion nor seroconversion were observed after RB51 vaccination. So the results, serology remained negative in both farms after inoculation with bovis RB51 once and twice. Very important. Management of blood hair did not change. It was exactly the same. After bovis RB51 application, and no other tools were applied. After 6 months using bovis RB51, both hair were considered brucellosis-free. So, in conclusion, strain 19 RB51, both are good vaccines. Advantage of bovis RB51 can be used anytime without interfering with diagnostic results. Non-induction of abortion in pregnant animals previously vaccinated as calf either with strain 19 or RB51. Excellent tool to control bovine brucellosis. Thank you. That's the last one. I want to mention something very important. This is a real case, as I told you, in Argentina, with outbreak. We try to avoid to arrive to this situation if we do good immunities as a calf. That's the problem. Some people use the vaccine, adult vaccination, thinking the vaccine is an antibiotic, try to stop that. No. We need to prevent. That's what the vaccines are for. That's when we screw up sometimes because the immunity is not so good and we had an outbreak. Even there was 3 or 4 years ago, this experiment didn't have the chance to present, but actually we have the same situation. Nowadays, the veterinarians are doing the same thing and they're trying to get rid of the disease.
Thanks so much, Dr. Samartino. And do you have any questions? Please go to the microphone in the central. We have time enough for 1 question. No questions?
Buenas tardes, buenos días. Doctor Samartino, una pregunta. En rodeos grandes de 4 o 5 mil animales, ¿podemos utilizar la prueba fluorescencia polarizada como prueba operativa para saneamiento de atos con altas prevalencias? Y si de ser positivo, ¿cuánto recomienda usted que sea el tiempo entre un muestreo y el otro?
Okay, that was in Spanish. I said in Spanish or okay, in English. Okay. Well, you don't have the question for the automatic translation. Yes, you can do FPA in any hair, whatever the size is according to when you have the result, the capability to have as soon as possible. The main thing is you have the result as soon as possible to manage the situation in the rodeo. You know what's happening in the rodeo, where is sometimes the problem is in the heifers or you have in the adult cattle. You choose who do the test first, and then you have clear after the first result that you have, you need to see the prevalence, the incidence of this situation. If you have, I can tell you, more than 7-8%, I will shorten the period of time to bleeding. We are doing now, for a situation like that, 21 days. 21 days, the first and the second. And you reduce as soon as possible. Then the animal you remove as soon as possible, this animal. Then you're going to the normal time and bleed in 3 months, 4 months. But the first two are very, very important. The first you will have the real prevalence, then you see how much the prevalence go down, and then after that you do your own program. Each farm is a war apart, more or less. It's okay?
Thanks, Dr. Samartino. And if you have other questions after asking. Thanks. Thanks so much. The next speaker is Dr. Drumond, excuse me, and her presentation is effectiveness and safety of brucellosis control using the RB51 vaccine in adult beef cows. Welcome.
Go ahead.
No, vaya pasando.
Não, pois é, mas eu comando.
No have. Pero...
The table? The slides? Okay. Okay, now it's my time. Well, I'm very honored to stay here this morning. And I would like to show a trial developed inside of Brazil in the Minas Gerais states with commercial herds. So, next slide, please. Yeah, it's here. Well, first of all, I would like to show what's Brazil's scenario nowadays about brucellosis, okay? Inside Brazil, we have a national program called PNC-ABT, and the objective of this program is to reduce the prevalence and the incidence of the disease, aiming of the eradication. And part of this program is a compulsory vaccination of bovine and buffalo calves between 3 and 8 months of age. Until 2019, it's used only as 19 vaccine. After that, the law is changing, and nowadays the farmer or the veterinarian can use S19 or RB51 vaccine on this cattle. On this map, I would like to show the situation of the vaccine around the country. This is an official map, okay? And the hard green, you can see all of states with more farmers using beef cattle, and light green, you can see states where you have beef cattle and dairy cattle too. The group of prevalence were split in 4 subgroups, and only group A, its prevalence minor than 2%. It's in Santa Catarina state on the south of the country. Light here, it's not work. Okay, in the south of the country. And we developed our trial on the Minas Gerais states, and group B with prevalence between 2 and 5% of prevalence. Okay, our study design, it's very simple, but very interesting, because it's working with 2 different commercial farms and only Nelore calls on these farms, Bos Taurus indicus, on the grass, okay, in a specific farm. And the first farm use only TAI insemination or timed artificial insemination without bulls and without a breeding season, okay? So during the all year using the timed artificial insemination in these cows. And the second farm, we have a breed season about 4 or 5 months using timed artificial insemination once, then a match with bull one time. So for this are important difference between the two farms. The first, we have birth during the all year, and the second one, we have birth concentrated in a part of the year. So, in both farms, we split the animals in 3 different groups. Group 1 receive RB51 in day 0. Group 2 receive RB51 in day 0, then in day 6 months after. And control group, we don't receive RB51, but control group, remember, receive S19 between 3 and 8 months old, okay? Well, first of all, we will test all animals against using a Rosette Bengal test and show a prevalence more than 10%. Then confirm the situation using tumor capital, then the prevalence is around 6%, okay? All dates of this study, we will a presentation about Professor Fernandes on Tuesday afternoon on the symposium about brucellosis. Okay. The first result you can see here, the difference between the 3 groups. Light blue is the group vaccinated twice. The dark blue is the group vaccinated once, and the green, the grass, is about the group control group, okay? So every 90 days, every 3 months, we check every animals, and the animals, in case of animals positive, take out of the study and eliminate from the farm. So you can see in the group 1, the dark blue, we have just 1 point on the 19th day, positive animal, maybe about the seroconversion of antibodies against the disease, because the prevalence inside of the farm is higher. Then, but for example, in G2, the group 2 with 2 vaccinations, the situation without new positive cases is still during the 1 year. And the opposite of these 2 groups, the control group is still keeping every 90 days new positive cases of cows. So these cows are take off of the study and eliminate from the farm, like the Brazilian law said. So another important result, and confirm what Dr. Samartino told us, is about the incidence of the pregnancy loss in beef cows after the immunization. So we put together group 1 of 2 farms. So at you can see on the brown bar the combined results, and group 2 as the same, and the control group as a result higher than others. So you can see here you can see a different statistic between group 1 to the control group about the loss, the pregnancy loss. So what is expected, and Dr. Samartino told us about this, if I use 2 times, 1 time or 2 times of RB51, and I expect a loss, a huge quantity of lost pregnancy. And on this trial, you can show this not happen. So RB51, it's safe to use in pregnancy or different trimester, because on G1 farm, the farm without use of bull and without breeding season, you have birth around of the year. So we have different times of pregnancy stage on this farm. And our conclusion, the identification and immediate elimination of positive animals control group must be done, because it's part of the sanitizer of the farm. It's about Brazilian law too. However, this action alone does not eliminate of brucellosis, because you can see on the graph, we take off on 19, take off on 118, take off on 270 days, and the disease is still increasing, the prevalence is still increasing. It does not happen with the group receive the vaccination against the vaccination from RB51. Regardless of the management, revaccination helps to reduce. It's not the only way to reduce. You have to take different ways inside the farm. It's like buying animal, the other part, check the prevalence, another ways, but revaccination helps to reduce new infections. And the last one, but not the least, bovis RB51 vaccination is safe for pregnant cows and use in a normal herd. Nelore, it's very common breed inside of Brazil, so it's very safe to use RB51 during the farm. That's it, folks. Thanks a lot to hear me.
Thanks so much. We have enough time for questions. And if you have, go to the microphone. Questions? No funciona.
Sim, agora sim. É na hora.
That's better. Neil Watt, MV Diagnostics, Edinburgh. What's the effect of RB51 on its own without S19? And did you have a control group that didn't have any vaccine?
Yes, the control group, thanks for your question. The control group, sorry.
And one other, you said the reduction of abortions was 4.7 down to 2.5%. Is that actually significant?
This abortion, we don't estimate the cause, okay? Inside of Brazil, we have IBR, BVD, and other causes of the loss of pregnancy. And the use of the insemination, artificial insemination, who has a loss or expectative loss of pregnancy during the first trimester of pregnancy, for example. So what we show here, it's a normal, a common farm inside of Brazil with a farmer working together, the researchers, without any kind of laboratory support, more than the blood tests, okay? It's because that's the way a normal vet inside of Brazil has the harm, the toy, how can I say, the tool the vet has inside of Brazil. Check blood serology and take off the calls. Check serology and take off the calls. And use the vaccination. Thank you.
Bom dia, Colorisques Dantas, Associação Brasileira de Buiatria, Associação Cearense de Buiatria. Parabenizar pela palestra e pediria que traduzisse a nossa pergunta. My English not so good. A maior prevalência de aborto foi no grupo 2, em que houve 2 vacinações. A primeira pergunta é: houve diferença estatística em relação ao grupo controle? E a segunda, essa prevalência maior de abortamentos não poderia ter sido pelo manejo, que só esse grupo foi remanejado e nós estamos trabalhando com gado de corte, em que isso causa um estresse mais severo e poderia ter levado a esse aumento na prevalência de abortos? Obrigado.
Okay, thanks for your question. I think everybody translate to the English this question, okay? Yes, I agree with you. This part of and I discussed this with Professor Fernandes about this case, and our conclusion is about this. The difference is not higher, but when you manage our cattle twice and split and serology and a lot of things, you can proportionate more facts of loss, okay? But not causes about the vaccine. It's about the normal habit inside of the farm, okay? The most interesting is the difference, a statistical difference between control group and another groups. It's very strong, okay? So this I think is the most important thing, okay? Thank you.
Buen día.
Buen día.
La conclusión de que se puede vacunar en hembras preñadas, en estos casos eran predios con enfermedad. En casos de predios libres, ¿se sigue manteniendo digamos, la recomendación de no vacunar hembra preñada o se podría vacunar?
Thanks for your question. Nowadays, we use in Brazil vaccination in both situations. Prédios livres, farm livres, or free or no, okay? But you can see on the map, the situation inside Brazil is not a free state, just one case. You have 27 states with prevalence, higher prevalence, okay? So we recommend the use nowadays for everybody. At 2013, 2014, something like that, we have a paper from Professor Fernandes on use RB51 in different trimesters of the pregnancy, and the conclusion is the RB51 it's safe for use at time. Nowadays, on the paper of the product, it's about the law inside Brazil. The recommendation of use is after 3 months of age, independent of the situation. That's in the package of the product in Brazil. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Bueno, I like to ask you, have you carried out any studies vaccination twice at an interval greater than 6 months?
Thanks. We decided to use 6 months of interval of this vaccination because it's a question inside of Brazil. But on the results, you don't found any different statistical difference between use 1 doses or 2 doses of RB51. So for I think the better is use the RB51 is necessary. It's interesting, but the results, if I have to use between 6 months on this trial, the results is not different statistical. Okay, so nowadays we use because on the Nelore cows farms you have old cows, so it is interesting to revaccination. I think the main point is use the revaccination using RB51, bovis RB51.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
Our last presentation is Dr. Nobrega. Is here Dr. Nobrega? Okay, thank you. The name is Prevalence and Spatial Distribution of Infectious Disease of Dairy Cattle in Ontario, Canada. Welcome.
Thank you. Gracias.
Aquí está.
Tienes el agua abierta.
How do I pass the slides?
Here.
Perdón.
Esto es el pointer.
Okay,
Take a look to the pointer. It's a good one.
Okay.
Let's follow the slides.
Oh, okay, got it. Buenos dias todos. Welcome everyone. My name is João Nobrega. I'm the last speaker of this first session, the only person standing between yourself and the break, so I'll try to get this done as fast as I can. So I'm currently an assistant professor at the University of Calgary, professor of veterinary epidemiology. But before joining the University of Calgary back in 2023, I was a postdoc at Guelph, Ontario Veterinary College. And I've brought here today the results of my postdoctoral study that I've done in Ontario from 2020 to 2023. Infectious diseases of dairy cattle. Yeah, so they're here to stay, right? Despite a lot of progress we've made over the recent years, they're still there, they're still plaguing the dairy industry, they're still causing a lot of impacts, economic impacts, animal health impacts, herd productivity, so all of those things are definitely affected by the infectious diseases that we have out there. And we have like lots of different tools that we can use to fight back infectious diseases of dairy cattle. So in the last 2 sessions, we just saw like the effects of vaccination. So vaccination is definitely one tool in our tool belt that we can use to control infectious diseases of dairy cattle. And another one, and the whole purpose of my talk is on disease surveillance. So disease surveillance are also important tools that we have in our tool belt that we can use towards the detection, monitoring, and controlling infectious diseases of dairy cattle. So we go and we figure out whether the disease is present or not in a certain population, and then based on that, we can act, and we can evaluate whether our acts were successful or not by continuously monitoring those populations. So ideally, in the perfect scenario, I would say that surveillance systems, they would have at least 2 characteristics. They would be sustainable, which means that we can keep them going in the long run. And they would also give us some information about where the cases are located. So when we have a disease, where is that disease? And that's around this whole concept of spatial distribution of cases. Now, in the first topic, sustainability. So sustainability of a surveillance network. When we're talking about dairy cattle, there's no way that we don't use something as the bulk tank milk. So bulk tank milk is awesome, and it's, for those of you who are not aware, that's the collection of milk samples from all the milking cows that's collected from the cows and stored in a large container, a refrigerated container, and we call that milk inside that tank, the bulk tank milk. Historically, we've been using the bulk tank milk to access milk quality and to pay producers for quality, so we test that for somatic cell count, for coliform counts, or presence of dangerous bacteria that's important from a safety perspective, so Salmonella, it's an example, Campylobacter, and so on. But we also learned, and I would say there's a lot of progress in the recent years, that the bulk tank milk can also be used for the purpose of herd-level diagnostics of diseases. So we can test that milk sample, that milk matrix, for presence of pathogens, antibodies, or things that are tied to the presence of infectious diseases in a herd. And that's extraordinary from the point of view of affordability. So we can test the whole herd continuously, and which means that a surveillance system based on bulk tank milk testing would be sustainable. That's pretty much accessible because in a lot of countries, the bulk tank milk from all the herds in a particular location, it finds itself in a single testing location every 1 day or 2. And it's inclusive, which is great from the surveillance point of view because all the cows, all the milking cows in a herd, they are included in the bulk tank milk somehow. So that would be fantastic for tracking diseases and also monitoring the effectiveness of control strategies. And one disadvantage that I'm pretty sure you're all aware is that bulk tank milk suffers from that dilution effect. So if we have an animal that's positive for some disease in a herd, the milk of that animal gets diluted by the milk of healthy cows that do not have the disease. And also, animals that are not lactating are definitely not part of the bulk tank milk. So with all of that, I would say, yeah, bulk tank milk, it's not perfect, but it's good enough. So that's exactly how my wife describes me as well. Okay, anyhow, so because of those feats that are talking about bulk tank milk, not surprisingly, a lot of people have put a lot of effort into validating bulk tank milk test for the presence of infectious diseases in herds. So the list that I have over here, it's not everything that you can find in bulk tank milk, but are things that researchers across the globe, they have already validated bulk tank milk testing for. So this list over here includes viruses, parasites, bacteria, and others. And people around the globe have already collected bulk tank milk from herds, sampled all the animals, and make that validation. Say, hey, when we have a certain percentage of animals infected in a herd, the bulk tank milk is going to trigger positive. So we have estimates of sensitivity and specificity for these lists, these pathogens over here. And the second characteristic I was talking about that we would like to have in a surveillance network would be this, we would have information about where the cases are, so that speaks about the spatial distribution of cases. And that is because we can, if we know where the cases are, we can detect hotspots. So like this particular region has an increased percentage of cases, so we should follow up on that. And also gives us some insights on how the diseases are spreading within a geographical location. So take a look at the two maps over here. They have absolutely nothing to do with cattle, but these maps are from the Calgary region in Alberta, and they are color-coded according to the incidence of a human infection, okay, which is like a bloodstream infection that I worked in the past. It's just for illustrative purposes. I wanted you to compare the two maps. You see that in the first one, we know where all the cases are in the Calgary region, whereas in the second one, I'm not taking into consideration the spatial information. So I'm just saying that, you know, in the whole Calgary region, we have around 5 cases of bloodstream infection, but here I'm telling where they are spread out. So, you know, there's lots of valuable information to gain when you also consider the spatial distribution of cases. Cool, so with all of that, the goals of my study was to investigate the prevalence and spatial distribution of selected infectious diseases of dairy cattle in Ontario and using bulk tank milk testing. And for those of you who are not familiar with Canadian geography as myself before going to Canada, Ontario is the region that's marked in red over there, and it's also home to important cities of Canada such as Ottawa and Toronto. And I purposely have not touched on that question, so I haven't necessarily told you yet which diseases we were testing, and that was on purpose because the answer to that question was actually part of the study. So we wanted the producers and other people who were going to be involved in the study to select those diseases themselves. So as part of step 1 of this research, we assembled a group with members of industry, and that was the Dairy Farmers of Ontario, government, with members from the Ministry of Agriculture in Ontario, and also academic members like myself and my supervisor at the time. And the goal of assembling and coming up with that group was to come up with a list of pathogens or diseases that everyone was interested in. And I thought that that was a great idea because it gave those people some sense of ownership about everything that we were developing, so they would be willing to work with us. And as part of the whole process, I developed 2 scoping reviews just to find out and inform the discussions about, hey, these are things that you can test in the bulk tank milk. And those scoping reviews were very informative. So a lot of factors were considered in those discussions. So we wanted to choose tests that met all of those criteria that I have on those green boxes over there. So we wanted something that has been validated. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we had estimates on sensitivity and specificity, so we knew if a herd tested positive, what that would mean in terms of what's the error associated with the test. we wanted something available, so we wanted something that we could purchase and implement, otherwise like would be really hard for us to set up the test ourselves in the labs. Importantly, we didn't want any we didn't want any legal implications to positive herds. So we didn't want positive herds to suffer any backlash or like some sort of restriction. So that was an important element in the choice of diseases as well. We wanted something useful, so something that the farmers could act on. So once they got a result, they could potentially get some benefit out of it. Works with our samples, so we wanted something we can use it with milk, so if we only have things that work with blood, that wasn't helpful to us at all. And something that was easy to implement, so which means that, for instance, the commercial kits would be really easy as opposed to having to develop a protocol from scratch. And finally, we also wanted something that the farmers were interested in, because, okay, like we can have this perfect test for this disease that we think is awesome, but the farmers say, hey, I'm not interested in that. So all of those elements were part of the discussion. And we came up with a list that contained leukosis, Johns, digital dermatitis, Salmonella dublin, and contagious mastitis. So that's what we started with. And contagious mastitis included mastitis by Staph aureus, Strep aga, and Mycoplasma. But we were not able to fetch any kits for digital dermatitis, so that ended up being removed from the list. So we only worked with leukosis, Johns, Salmonella, and contagious mastitis. Method. So we were able to secure bulk tank milk samples from all the commercial dairy farms in Ontario, so that was around 3,200 farms, and they were tested for BLV antibodies and Salmonella dublin and Johns antibodies using ELISA, and they were tested for the DNA fragments of Staph aureus, Strep aga, and Mycoplasma using qPCR. Everything with commercial kits as well. Now, for the prevalence estimation, we used Bayesian latent class models, and that was just because, again, those tests are not perfect. They had issues, especially when applying with bulk tank milk. So based on the previous estimates of sensitivity and specificity that I got through the scoping reviews, we were able to adjust the estimates we were getting from the tests. And spatial distribution, we considered census subdivisions according to Ontario census. And we explored autocorrelation using Morton tests and local autocorrelation using Koldorf spatial scan statistics. Now, the results. So we have on the left positivity rate. So this is what came out of the tests. So let's say 7.5% of the herds in Ontario tested positive for Salmonella dublin antibodies. And when we adjusted the estimates based on imperfect sensitivity and specificity, we ended up with a prevalence of 5%. So that's how you interpret this slide over here. So these consider also the imperfections in the test. But you see that they are generally comparable in a way. Strikingly, like most of the herds were BLV positive and had antibodies for BLV. And unsurprisingly, I would say, the prevalence of Strep aga and Mycoplasma was really low, which matches other results we had in Ontario in the previous years. Now, spatial distribution. So I tried to sell you that this was important, so definitely I needed to bring some maps to prove. And when you see it here, I have the spatial distribution of Salmonella dublin, Johns, or Mycobacterium avium paratuberculosis, and leukemia virus, BLV. This is, that's fine. So in the left, you're gonna see that, yeah, it's not working, I apologize, but there is a circle in there with some green dots, and that's just showing that most of the positive cases for Salmonella dublin were located in southwestern Ontario. So that area there in that circular window had more cases than expected in comparison to the other areas in the Ontario province. Same thing for MAP. So the circle is smaller, and you can see those 3 green dots over there. So they are the center of those locations, and we also had an increased number of cases in there. In leukemia virus, on the other hand, it was widespread all around, so we didn't have any cluster of positive cases because it was in the whole province. those areas that I have in southwestern Ontario where we had increased cases of doubling and MAP, they were areas that have a high density of herds, so a lot of transportation, a lot of trade of cattle between farms. So that's how we explain those results. Staph aureus, the cluster of positive cases was located in southeastern Ontario, close to the Quebec border. Strep aga and Mycoplasma bovis, we didn't have much, regardless, like anywhere in the province. Those herds that are located in eastern Ontario, they are smaller than the other herds, and they are likely to operate in tie stall systems than versus free stall systems in the province. So we kind of like, we were not necessarily able to explain this association between barn type or herd size and Staph aureus, but if anyone has any thoughts, I would be happy to hear that. Now discussion. So what was really important for us to deliver these results was, in my opinion, was putting together that group that contained farmers and other stakeholders. And I think that was key to the success of this whole proposal. So this established that relationship of trust and also fostered that sense of ownership. So farmers, they really felt that this was their work, and as a matter of fact, it was. Salmonella doubling, so 5% prevalence, 1 every 20 herds in Ontario had salmonella doubling. We had that cluster of cases located in the southwestern region of the province, and again, that area, as I mentioned, accounts, like there's a lot of cattle movement within that area because of increased herd density, and we've, like as was demonstrated in the past, that increased animal transportation and trade of cattle, it's a risk factor for salmonella doubling. So that's how we explain that. MAP, so we, unfortunately, there was an increase in the prevalence in MAP in comparison to 2018, so our samples were taken in 2021, and we had when we compared the findings from the 2 surveys, like ours demonstrated an increase in the prevalence. So not a lot of progress was made in the recent years in Ontario to fight MAP. We also have a southwestern cluster of cases, so we hypothesized that the same element of increased animal density was accountable for that. Leukosis was everywhere, so that was consistent with other provinces in Canada like Alberta and Prince Edward Island. So there is a lot of ground to cover when fighting back leukosis in Canada. Staph aureus findings were very consistent with another survey done in 2016. Again, not a lot of progress, which is not a good result. And we had that eastern cluster of cases, and as I said, those herds are smaller and more likely to be tie stall herds than the other herds in the province. And it was demonstrated in the past by a group, our group in Calgary, that tie stall systems had a higher prevalence of Staph aureus mastitis, but again, the actual biology behind it, it's still lacking. And finally, the vast majority of herds in Ontario are still free from Strep aga and Mycoplasma, so that's consistent with other surveys that were done in the past. Concluding remarks, or the take-home messages, are just a list of what we observed. Salmonella doubling is emerging, herds in southwestern area, MAP is increasing, almost 50% of prevalence now in Ontario. BLV is everywhere in Ontario, and that's consistent with other provinces in Canada. Most herds that we have in Ontario are free of mastitis caused by Strep aga and Mycoplasma bovis, and 1/3 of the herds in the province will contain at least 1 cow infected by Staph aureus, and that link between tie stall or barn type and Staph aureus remains to be explored. So that's all I had for today. If you're interested in learning more about the work, so that was recently published in the Journal of Dairy Science, I'd like to thank the Dairy of Guelph team in Ontario, the dairy farmers of Ontario in particular, and everyone else who participated in this, either by funding or working with us. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Diego. And we have time for one question, only one. I'd like to ask you Do the HEART study have a control program for Mycobacterium avium?
Yeah. So a lot of herds in Ontario, they participated in a program a voluntary program for controlling MAP. So that was part of work done again by the OVC and the same team I was working with, but that was done in the past, and that was based on a risk assessment for yawns and with some follow-up elements according to the risk levels. But again, it was really disappointing to not see a lot of progress, even though there was this voluntary program for MAP going on, not only in Ontario, but also in other provinces of Canada. And we still need to follow up and figure out exactly why this is not working, what we're missing, and how should we move forward now. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Dr. Diego. And we invite you to visit the commercial area. And we expect you in the next session at 11 o'clock, please. Thanks so much.
wait on their affirmation. You can't wait on their approval. You can't wait on their support. Sometimes you just got to run and look behind you and say, everybody who wants to run, run, but I can't stop running because you're not running with me. Listen to me, hear me. You can't stop chasing your dream just because somebody in your life is chasing with you. You can't stop believing in yourself just because somebody in your life won't believe in you. You can't stop chasing the dreams of your life just because when you know when you do it, you're going to have to do it all by yourself.
Persil líquido acción profunda. Es el arma secreta de mamá.
Persil ofrece una mejor remoción de manchas que otros detergentes en polvo para una limpieza reluciente. Cámbiate a Persil líquido, acción profunda contra manchas imposibles.
you higher, I will forever be intertwined with you. Where the sun never goes down and time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever. Jump into the fire. I'd like to see your wild side. We should run away where the sun never goes down and time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever.
En Bodega Aurrerá encuentra los precios más bajos del hot sale con el poder de ahorrar mucho más.
This is perfect. Hello. Good morning, everybody. We expect today at what time that we have a key presentation from Mr. Bojan to speak about mastitis and in the situation in China. But Mr. Bojan is not possible to attend this meeting today. And was the question, we want to continue to speak about mastitis and to speak about the use of antibiotics on mastitis, and we decide to remove the presentation from Bojan and to prepare a short and easygoing roundtable to speak about mastitis, antibiotic use, and of course new topics like Klebsiella and mastitis. And we invite immediately and very fast probably the two experts in Europe that can speak about mastitis, probably in US and Italy and in Belgium. If you want to introduce it, I think most of them know Sophie Peepers, but there's the possibility to say hello to the group and to introduce you and your way and your work.
Okay, this is a bit of a surprise, but I'm Sophie Peepers from Belgium. I'm visiting professor at Ghent University, and there I'm involved in mastitis research and milk quality. And we also have a spin-off company in which we develop trainings and software tools to support vets in managing mastitis. I give the floor to my colleague.
Thank you, Sophie. So first, nothing is organized, so because they told us 2 hours ago to do a presentation, so we will try to do our best, believe or not believe. So my name is Paolo Moroni. I retired from Cornell University in December last year. Now I am full professor at University of Milano, and I work only on milk in the last 30 years. And it's a pleasure for me to have this organized group and give more information to Sophie Pieper and Luis Leon.
Luis Leon, working for Zoetis in Germany for a long time, working on mastitis. I think veterinarians are prepared to new things. That people say, a cow is looking not really good, and we go there and immediately prepare something. And that is what we try to do it today. And taking a look to the presentation from today from Paolo, speaking of antibiotic use, prudent use, Paolo gave us very important ideas about the situation in Europe and also in US, and we try to have some information from this group, different countries, especially Brazil or Mexico, Latin America, helping us to speak about globally the use of, or the reduction of mastitis treatment with antibiotics. The idea today is, first of all, to ask your question to this expert today, because we have, with Paolo, no possibility to have time for question. That is time for question. All the question you can imagine or you have concerning mastitis, mastitis treatment, mastitis pathogens. That is the idea today, and then we want to start to speak about, to ask Paolo and Sophie additional question. But the most important thing, do you have any question that you want to directly ask Sophie or Paolo? If you have the possibility, ask the expert for 40 minutes for free, completely free. Yeah, I see the first candidate. If you say your number, your name, and
my number. Tom McNeely from Morden Research Institute. So the question is about point-of-care testing and the usefulness in mastitis control, and also what level do you think that point-of-care test, what information is critical? Because there's a lot of people working on it and it can be extremely elaborate, but my feeling is like it probably just needs to be good enough for that treatment decision. So I would be interested in your thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your question. It's a very good question, actually. I think the first question is what do you want to reach with the diagnostics? And if it's like in the presentation of Paolo this morning on selective treatment, then the most important is the gram-positive, gram-negative, or no growth or whatever, to choose, do I use antibiotics, yes or no? And you get already additional information, because if I use antibiotics, even if you don't go for the next step, selective treatment of clinical mastitis, you know what kind of antibiotic you can use. So either it reduces the use of antibiotics if you really go for selective treatment, or either it results in a more responsible use because you go for the narrow spectrum ones. But of course, that's if you're dealing with, or if you like to reduce the use of antibiotics. Now, in my opinion, the best way to reduce antibiotics is by prevention. And on many farms, there is still a quite high incidence of clinical mastitis as well. And we can reduce antibiotics by introducing concepts like selective treatment. But if you want to go to prevention, then you are also aware that it might be important to make a difference between contagious and environmental pathogens, to be more specific, a maximum result with minimum of efforts, so that at least you can guide the farmer a bit more, focus on contagious mastitis, more focus on environmental mastitis. And then, of course, you need to go into a deeper or more detailed diagnosis. And what we often see is that, especially if tests are performed also in vet practices, that gram-negative, gram-positive or on-farm culturing goes quite well. The accuracy is quite high, but the deeper you go, of course, the more difficult it becomes to have a precise diagnosis. Yeah. But I think the most important question is always to ask, what do I want to achieve from those tests? And if you have the answer on that question, you know what test you should use.
Yeah, I think Sophie, she already did everything, and she said everything. The only big discussion could be probably if I want to add something, in which way we'll be able to use molecular tests. Are still value economic point of view, so if we're not able to reduce the cost, I think could be a nice tool to probably detect contagious Prototheca, Mycoplasma, Staph aureus, strep ag on the bull tank, or the single pen. But then I think cost benefit, we for sure need to go to the single bacteriology and nothing else. I think Sophie already replied everything. The only things, remember, don't forget, we can suggest all the nice advanced tools, but we need to understand who is in front of us. Because for a certain level, we can work gram-positive, gram-negative. In another level, we can go a little bit more in the detail, but depend on the expectation of the farmer. So I would like to start really smooth and then go a little bit in the detail when I start to have a consistent routine.
Thank you, Mehmet. Yeah.
The next speech will be devoted to the problems in China. So a few years ago, I was in China directly before the pandemic. And in China is the big problem with the Mycoplasma infection now. So, of course, my colleagues from China try to improve prophylaxis of the Mycoplasma bovis infection in cattle, especially in dairy cattle, in the context of the progress of mastitis, typical Mycoplasma mastitis, because it's a very big, deep problem in China. So in the context of prophylaxis and protection, we should to talk about the possibility to the development of the way against the progress, the development of the problem in praxis. What's your opinion about it?
This is the perfect question for Sophie. She's coming back from China also. And Paolo is our Mycoplasma specialist.
Yes, this was part of my job about Mycoplasma in the last 4 years in US. We know we have a critical situation because for get the result from bacteriology, and we need to wait 7 days or 8 days. And this is why we move in a molecular direction for identify probably early the cow. We can work to pull in cow, no more than 5 or 10. You need to have a little bit of sensitivity or test. Or we can work just for screening to the single pen and then go to the single cow. I think as with the US experience, I think we have only 2 options. One is try to segregate the animal and milking in the end with a lot of risky because you need to increase milking routine and everything. Or the other, a little bit too expensive, zero tolerance. But zero tolerance is related to the depend of the prevalence of the animal. But we go back to what Sophie suggests, management and prevention. So in which way we manage colostrum, in which way we use waste milk, in which way we manage calf area, or hatch area. So there is a lot of information. And remember, from my experience, what I saw in the US, generally, we don't have a rule, but it's sometime. Generally, we have a respiratory problem, and after 2 or 3 months, we try to find positive bull tank or positive milking cow. Well, this was part of the idea of some research, but we don't understand really what's happening and why probably Mycoplasma from the respiratory tract go to the other. Maybe with a macrophage, maybe other, but this is something that we need to take in consideration, especially when you merge different animal. When you buy animal, we say it's like a joke. When you buy animal, you buy virus and also bacteria. But especially with Mycoplasma, especially with respiratory problem, could be an expression. And this is why I have been a couple of times in China, could be one of the problems. When you bought a lot of animal, or not only China, around the world, this could be one of the critical. To the opposite side, I don't think we have a systematic control of Mycoplasma. we work a little bit like sport. How many of you, and also our lab at Cornell, also now in Italy, we don't run for the routine Mycoplasma testing because it's expensive, because it takes 7 days, but this is something that we need to take in consideration.
Yes, I fully agree, but it's not only Mycoplasma on the spot. We do not have a real plan or protocol, but I see the same in management and in milking technique. On quite a lot of farms around the world, including Belgium, the milking technique is fine enough for working with what we have today, but when you purchase animals and including bacteria like Mycoplasma, but also Strep ahalaxis, Staph aureus, then you see that the milking technique is in most milking powders not robust enough to stop and to limit the spread. And the problem is not in buying or purchasing a couple of infected animals. The problem is really in having spread. And for other bacteria, let's say that it's often easier or less expensive to have a kind of monitoring. For Staph aureus, Strep ahalaxis, you can do it with routine bacteriological culture, and you have fast results. Identification is easy. But then if you talk about Mycoplasma, before you identify the animals that are infected, and if your milking technique is not robust enough to limit spread, then it goes really fast. And that's, of course, a bit the issue, or a bigger issue with Mycoplasma. And then treatment, yeah, for mastitis, that remains difficult. If you compare it with respiratory diseases, then you see, yes, they can still have success with certain types of antimicrobials, but then for Mycoplasma, bovis, mastitis, we are quite limited there as well. And it's really, I think, the combination of milking technique not robust enough and detection that is an issue. So before we know that we have issues with Mycoplasma bovis, that we have already a lot of animals infected. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Firstly, I introduce to talk. I come from Poland, from National Veterinary Research Institute, and Paolo Moroni was our guest. It's I don't know, I don't remember. It was each following conference in Puławy, in National Reference Laboratory in Poland, but the same problem was present by the Pablo. But I'd like to talk about the problem with prophylaxis, because Mycoplasma bovis as a pathogen has a little immunogenic properties. So we have a very big problem to work out the very effective formula of vaccine. We work a long time. We have formula based on the inactivated Mycoplasma bovis using saponin, because it's a very good one site is the inactivated of the Mycoplasma, and the second one is a very strong immune adjuvant. Apart from that, we add additional compounds to the whole formula of the vaccine, experimental, of course, vaccine. The challenge is very fruitful, and maybe in the future the product will be produced commercially, and now is experimentally studied. And the compounds are alpha tocopherol and another immune strong substances, which finally improve the final effect after the vaccination.
Thank you. Yep. Comments?
We hope to have something new about Mycoplasma specific on milk. So we dream about this.
My name is Rafael Paiva. I'm from Venezuela originally, but I live in Texas, USA. So my question is, what do you think about the use of PCR for diagnostic of Mycoplasma as a routine test to ID that infected cow? Because you haven't mentioned it.
We suggest for screening from bull tank and probably single pen. We did a couple of studies, sensitivity and specificity work at Cornell. We used to pool, we don't like pool animal, but I understand for the economic point of view, no more than 5. And we used to work in this way with bacteriology, but with the cost of the PCR, probably pooling and screening could be one of the best solutions. My personal suggestion, when the people decide which kind of test, you need to have strong data, you need to have paper research about validation of the test, but also in which way you need to interpret the CT value and everything. Because if we don't have or we don't produce this kind of data, it could be really a nightmare.
Yeah, that's. I think it depends also a bit on what kind of herd size you have, because there are limitations when you pool samples and also bulk milk. In Belgium, for example, we have an average herd size of 80, but then the highest risk is on the farms that increase their herd size, then 100, 200, 300, we have them as well. And on these farms, what is often recommended is to have, it's offered by the central lab, to have a bulk tank monitoring, PCR, not only Mycoplasma bovis, but also Strep agalaxy, Staph aureus, and then 4 times a year, if the tank is collected, then they also do Mycoplasma detection, just to be on time, to have a kind of monitoring. Yeah. But indeed, validation, because last week I received the result. The thing is, for Mycoplasma, for all pathogens, they mention just CT values until 38. For Mycoplasma, they go to 40. Then it was indeed positive if you go to 40, but now the question is, what should you do? And then it's a farm with 300 cows. Should you then immediately start pooling and then individual samples, economic-wise? So then it becomes difficult, of course. Yeah. Getting a result is not so difficult, but then the interpretation and what you should do with it is more difficult. And I must say the email is still in my priority, but I have not decided what I will communicate to the farmer, so it doesn't make it easier. Yeah.
The last thing, I think for Texas size of the farm, probably we suggest to don't increase more than 200, the single pen, 200 cow. If you have 1,000, probably you need to split for pen and not for bull tank, because the shedding of Mycoplasma maybe could be very low and could be okay with PCR anyway, but just in case, it's better to work on the single pen when you have a huge number.
Yeah.
It was just a comment about CT value, is that everyone talks about CT value like it's this golden sort of like parameter, but actually it depends on your PCR, the primers that you use, the lab that it's run in. So I find this quite a lot in sort of, in surveillance, is that you have these kind of like CT value of this means that, and CT value below that is, bad, and above it. But actually the CT value will vary depending on the lab. It's not standardized unless you do ring trials with the standards and come up with some agreement. It's the same with like Coxiella or E. coli or whatever. You can list the pathogens where, and it's always like CT values of 30 is a magic number, but there's no rationale beyond that. But yeah, just a point on CT values to be careful about interpreting based on that alone.
No, I already told you, it's not a magic tool. We can have answer with a CT value for everything. And this is why I suggest, if you really want to go in this direction, you need to have really clear data published on the paper with official company, with official tests. Because then could be personal interpretation of some number, and with personal interpretation, we will not move forward. We only create chaos.
Oh, I see a question there.
Hello, my name's Anne Wilkinson from New Zealand. I understand this is an open forum, so I'm asking an expert. Could you please comment on the role of NSAIDs for the control or treatment of mastitis?
And which one, probably?
I think there are a strong paper also. There is a guy who published here the support on anti-inflammatory on the use of mastitis. And I think, remember, we need to also take in consideration the welfare issue, because if I suggest don't do nothing to cow, then I will go to the reverse of the problem. Why I need to wait in 24 hours without providing nothing to the animal? So this is why, first, we suggest, and second, because if you think about mild and moderate, could be 70% of clinical mastitis, and 45% are negative. It's the same ongoing discussion. Why I need to use antibiotic? Try to see what's going on, and there are really a couple of papers that show the value to use this kind of product.
What I like to add, indeed, I think it's quite clear. There is a nice paper from James Breen in the UK. If it's a kind of review paper, it's already, time flies fast, but still it's quite valuable. So for severe clinical mastitis, it's clear if you use anti-inflammatory drugs that you get an improved recovery, that it goes faster, rumination, and so on. For mild and moderate cases, we need to be honest that recovery-wise, that it's not always so straightforward, but of course, like Paola said, and that's also clearly mentioned in that paper, it's about animal welfare. And there are many studies available, if you look into literature, where you see that even cows with very mild symptoms of clinical mastitis, if they do studies, pressure on udder, for example, they can measure that, or they observe the cows during milking, they see them kicking a bit more, taking steps, also the laying behavior, and so on. So it's clear that those animals suffer as well. So I think in 2024, that there is no discussion anymore on use of anti-inflammatory drugs. But I thought that until now, that there was not that much research available in which they compared the different types of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, but apparently there are quite some publications available. And I have to dig into them. I will do that after summertime, when I have a bit more time, but then, because what I understood from now is that they do see differences. Some have an effect on the activity of the neutrophils, others have an effect even on the blood-udder barrier, but the main conclusions that I often see is that nobody knows if this is now an effect we want or we don't want. So, and honestly, in practice, it's not that we do see huge differences. I think everybody uses different molecules, and we don't have negative effects or whatsoever. A bit with flunixin miglumin around calving, we need to be careful with that. That has been published. But for the rest, I don't think we have real indications that something bad can happen or that we have very negative effects. But apparently, there are quite some studies available in which they are compared. So I will come back with an update in Turkey.
Or after NMC in Ghent.
2 years.
Neil Watt, MV Diagnostics, Edinburgh. Is there not more of a role for antibodies in bulk tank screening to determine which pathogens are present or not present, and then focus on the ones that are present, looking at antibody load, because that tends to relate to antigen load, and also just the way the immune system works. You're detecting animals that are either infected or have been infected, but most of these pathogens, even if the herd has been infected or is infected, it's still probably the right pathogens to be going after in more detail to look at what you can do about them. And you can multiplex the antibodies, so you only need one test for several antibodies, and you can do it routinely to monitor the way they change over time.
to be honest, I don't have experience. Maybe it could be a nice idea. The problem could be the target. So how many bacteria, how many antibodies for what? Sure, for contagious, no doubt. But then what about Prototeca? What about Huberis? What about these galaxies? So I don't know. We never thought about this because I assume it's more practical. So I see on the plate with all the doubt about sensitivity, shedding and everything, and I can pick colony. And now with the Maldi, we can really go in detail about species. I don't think I have a data or I have experience about it, but like Sophie, after summer, I will figure out.
You have no reason to do it after summer. You can start tomorrow, Paolo. Yes, I wonder also, because we were involved in some vaccination studies, and then of course you do the antibody concentration because you want to know what is the level. Do we see differences between vaccinated animals, non-vaccinated animals? And I have two questions indeed. It didn't seem to be very easy to do that in practice if you want to have the specific ones and not antibody measuring. I assume that this is quite easy, but then specifically targeting certain bacteria, that might be an issue. And secondly, do we expect high concentrations for a long time in case of mastitis? Because it seems to be, what we know is that cows that had mastitis, that they have 2-3 times more chance to have a second case of mastitis compared to another cow to get her first case of mastitis. So do we expect to see high antibody concentrations for a long time after? It's just a question, it's an open question to everybody.
It's a question that can be studied and resolved. And remember, we're looking here at bulk tank milk, so you'll get equalizing effects between all of the animals that are positive and negative. It works for Ionis in serum and milk. Why not? It works for TB with the Enterplex tests. It works for coronavirus for being identified clinically affected animals because they have a response to a specific coronavirus gene. All of the pathogens that you talk about, if you do the sequence analysis, you can find specific antigens that you put into your multiplex. And we've already done this for strep ag and Mycoplasma bovis. But we've never done the exercise for all of the others, but I'm sure it's doable.
Not a question, not a suggestion, idea, recommendation. Yeah.
I'll just carry on the conversation about serology and antibodies. Yeah, there will be specific targets for sure. It just requires a bit of R&D. So I bet you the most dominant, immunodominant antigens will be like, you know, sort of things that are very conserved across different bacteria. So it requires a bit of digging down. But anyway, yeah, I support. It could be quite tricky, but I think it's doable.
If you let me, I'd like to, in the moment, return back to the problem connected with the using of anti-inflammatory drugs in the adjunctive therapy of mastitis. So I think that the problem is that we should use non-steroid inflammatory drugs selectively, because sometimes during the inflammatory process connected with the mastitis are released different kinds of cytokines, different kinds of pro-inflammatory mediators. Some of them are profitable, like leukotriene and LTB4. We should to practically don't use very wide effective non-steroidal inflammatory drugs which effectively inhibit the releasing of LTB4, because LTB4 is a pro-immune, non-specific marker, and it was very confused discussion about the use meloxicam as a drug generally recommended to the treatment, adjunctive treatment of mastitis, because meloxicam is selectively COX-2 inhibitor and effectively inhibit the releasing of LTB4, which is very attractive for the macrophages influx inside to the place where is inflammatory process is progress. So therefore, I think it's a complicated the decision, the final decision to use non-steroidal inflammatory drugs in the adjunctive and total therapy of mastitis. What's your comments about it?
Yeah, speaking of selective use of anti-inflammatory drugs.
If I remember, there are at least 4 or 5 papers about also meloxicam, about use of mastitis. And from my point of view, if they publish, they got the review, and from the clinical point of view, was not really a negative effect. So, but remember, we can prove, we can show everything from the paper, but then we need to go to the field. And this is what probably we would like, and to see a little bit more data from field point of view. Personally, I use both products, and the feedback were not so negative.
Yeah, I'm a bit in the same. I understand what you say, and we get also a lot of questions and from vets in practice, most probably because of the pressure on antimicrobial use, that it needs to reduce, and then people go into alternatives, anti-inflammatory drugs. That's why we get more questions about it. But indeed, if it would make such a difference, then I think we would have seen it already in practice. And then especially with meloxicam, we were involved in some trials. There were some others as well. And indeed, yeah, the effects that were seen were more positive or no disadvantages at least. So yeah, I think it's a matter of checking. Of course, if anti-inflammatory drugs will be more used in mild and moderate cases, we might come to other conclusions, because I don't know in your countries, but I can still say in Belgium we still have room for improvement when it comes to the use of anti-inflammatory drugs. It's not that all cows with mastitis get non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. So yeah, we will see. Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions, suggestions? I have a question for you, because we spoke today about the use of on-farm culture, and you spoke about the farmers. The farmers say, yeah, it's interesting, and we did some investigation with Volker Kronka, and we see, yeah, the farmers are very interested. Most of them think about the new generation from farmers. They're women, they are mothers, they want to do in a different manner, and they say to us, I want to implement on-farm culture, but my vet, I don't know really if they want to do that. Is that your impression, your experience, and your recommendation now?
Well, nobody likes change. That's also what Paolo mentioned in his presentation, but it is indeed in general my impression as well. And of course, it's, if we talk about selective treatment of clinical mastitis, well, farmers, there is a huge benefit. It's a change, but the benefit that they can get from that change and from daring to take the step is also huge. Because if you look into research, we are now doing studies as well in Belgium, then we see a difference of, on average, 4 days in milk out of tank. So if you ask a farmer, why don't you like mastitis? It's not always just mastitis, but it's the workload. They have to separate the milk, especially in countries like Belgium. It's not that they press on a button and the cow is in a hospital pen for the next 10 days. No, the cow is there, the milk needs to be separated, they need to force strip, then they need to take time to put the tube into it, and so on and so on. So if that is really a trigger for farmers to start with on-farm culture, or whatsoever with selective treatment in total. And I do have a bit that impression as well, because I mentioned already today, we have a German farmer, and we were on his farm, and we had a discussion in selective treatment, and he was really interested, but the vet said, yeah, we need to do it carefully, step by step. And I said, yeah, very good idea. We start with diagnosing, that at least we know how many mild cases do you have, how many moderate cases do you have, what is the cause of those cases that you have. And we say, and then we can decide whether or not really to switch to selective treatment, so to decide not to treat all cases of mastitis. And 3 days after that visit, and there was no diagnosis yet in place, so he was a bit early, I got a WhatsApp message from the farmer, and he said, yeah, I had a mild case of clinical mastitis, and they decided not to use antibiotics. So you see, the farmer is often a bit more in front of upfront, and it's of course because, of course, the more knowledge you have, the more careful you are in life. If we would all start learning driving a car when we are 30 or 40, maybe we will not start, because we know the danger and we know the risks. If you're 18 years old, you're still young, you don't know all risks, you're not, you don't realize that there are a lot of risks, and that's a bit there as well. The farmer is not aware of all risks and all disadvantages, so maybe he's a bit more into the advantages and forget the disadvantages, and he starts doing it. So, but I agree, it's often, and it's understandable, because for us it's easy to say, I'll go for selective treatment, but the next cow that does not receive antibiotics, if she is dying or it gets worse, it's the vet that will get the phone call. It's not Paolo, or it's not me, or it's not you that will get the phone call. So I understand also the position of the vet, that it's not so easy to go for that change. Yeah.
I agree 100%. And what I see and what I saw, I think in some case, the real problem, okay, we will move in a young generation, but it's not question of age, it's question to open mind. And sometimes the vet category, our category, don't want to change. And they are more proactive, the farmer. So I would like he said, moving a farmer, but we need to continue to work also with the practitioner. Because the practitioners, the majority of, 60, 70%, they used to do reproduction. How many vets, they are in the detail about milk quality? This is the real problem. Few. And there are few in which way they will be able to support this big change in the farm.
Yeah, and my final question is, where are the benefits for the vets using on-farm culture?
Well, that's a good question, because I see in governments, and that's also because the farmers' organizations are really strong. The lobbying of the farmers' organizations is often stronger than the lobbying of the vets' organizations. And everybody is worried about the risks for the farmers, but I'm more worried about the consequences for the vet practices. Because we need to be honest, it depends country to country, but 30–40% in some countries, not in Spain, Italy, and so on, but or Spain and Portugal, but in Belgium, for example, 30–40% of the revenues is coming from sales of medication. So that means that there will be an impact on the revenues for whatever you do. There will be an impact. On the other hand, I think the pressure is now so high, you won't stop that. If we think that we can still stop that as veterinary professionals, it's there, and we can try to slow down the legislation and the decision making and so on, but it's there, and we will need to follow. And honestly, well, if you think I'm not in a business, I'm not a business person, I have no MBA, but if you think a bit, then there are not that much alternatives. If you say I have to compensate 20% of my revenues or 30%, then I just see paid services, diagnostics, partly, anti-inflammatory drugs, internal teeth sealants if we talk about dry cow therapy, and vaccines. And I think we have had them all. And I think this will be the package that they can use to compensate the decreased revenues out of sales of drugs, I think. But it's a new business. For many vet practices, it's a new business model. Because now we were not so different as vets. We are just like nutritional companies. Advice by nutritional companies is not for free. It's just included in the sales of nutrition. In vet practices, the service and everything around and the advice, it was partly covered by the sales of medication. But of course, the world is changing, so the business needs to change a bit as well. Yeah. But maybe Paolo has a surprise.
I don't think so, because we don't sell a vaccine or antibiotic like a Vecti in Italy. But I think it's the same question. So if you think about Charles Darwin, evolution, if the direction are to move in a reduction of antibiotic, doesn't mean no biological, not organic, but reduction, optimization of antibiotic, I think it's part of our responsibility, because in the end, I don't sell drug in Italy, but I am responsible for the prescription. And then the official government guy can ask, why you use penicillin, why you use fluoroquinolone, why you use or you suggest to use second or third generation, or we need to have something in our hand to take this kind of decision. And the country that maybe we will lose money to sell the antibiotics, they can get money to sell consulting, data analysis. So we need to change a little bit our mentality and our approach from the farm point of view.
Thank you very much. Oh, 2 questions and no time. Oh, we thought, we will have a lot of time to discuss, and our time is over. I thank you very much for all the people that have questions. Thank you very much, Sophie and Paolo, to be so flexible as possible. Thank you very much. I take the message from Sophie to say, yeah, we will have another possibility going to a new business, diagnostic, vaccination, and consultancy. I think that's very important. We are the people that protect the animals, and I think that is a good way to do that. And thank you very much for this discussion, and thank you again for all your support.
Do I start? Or do I start? Or do you give me an introduction?
Yeah. The people who know you, probably.
Sorry?
I think you can start immediately without any introduction. Okay?
Is the mic on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Well, thanks for letting me present about the BTV3 outbreak in the Netherlands. My name is Katrien van den Brink. I work at Royal GD in the Netherlands, and in the upcoming 15 minutes, I will guide you through what happened in the past year with the BTV3 outbreak. First, I give a small introduction in the Bluetongue virus. It's an RNA virus, and there are more than 30 different serotypes, of which only the first 24 are notifiable in the European Union. And in the Netherlands, it's listed as a category C disease in the animal health regulation. And the pathogenicity differs per serotype. It's a vector-borne disease, so it's transmitted by culicoides, which you see on the right side of the screen. And all ruminant species are susceptible to the disease, and cattle are the most important reservoir. In other serotypes, sheep are affected mostly. And the Netherlands was officially free until September 23, and I will take you through what happened since then. In the Netherlands, we have a surveillance system, and here you see schematically how it works. It is for detecting outbreaks, it is for detecting new phenomena, and it is to keep sight on new trends and developments. And due to this surveillance system, together with the authorities, we detected the new outbreak of BTV serotype 3. So what happened? On Sunday, the 3rd of September, 2 veterinary practices in the center of the Netherlands notified BT-like symptoms in 5 sheep flocks. And they notified this to the authorities and Royal GD. And on the 4th of September, those 5 sheep flocks were visited by expert teams, samples were taken, and the samples that were submitted to the Wageningen Bioveterinary Research Center. It's the reference lab in the Netherlands, and they were examined. And on September 5, BTV was confirmed. Here I have it a bit schematically. So on September 3rd, we had the first notifications by 2 vet practices. The first official visits followed really quickly on that. On September 6th, the first cattle were notified with symptoms. And in that time, already BTV did come out of the test of the WBC. And on September 8th, it already was classified as serotype 3, which was later confirmed by the EU reference lab in Madrid. And on September 19, the first goats were seen with symptoms. Well, in the next upcoming slides, I will take you through how the disease spread through the Netherlands. This is a picture of the first day, September 3rd, where you see the 4 out of 5 confirmed cases in sheep. And I will just click through and you will see what happened in the next few weeks. We're now in week 3, we're going further, week 6, going further. We're here in the end of October, which is the peak of the, going to the peak of the outbreak. We're going to November, and you see the spread through the Netherlands. These are only confirmed cases by PCR. 2 weeks going into the outbreak, the authorities changed a bit the rules for the practitioners. So in the beginning, all the animals needed to be sampled, but going into the outbreak, there was also the possibility of just notify and don't take samples. But in all most of the cattle cases which were notified were also sampled EDTA for PCR. But these are only the confirmed PCR cases. And this is the beginning of December, going into the colder periods. The outbreak dove out a little bit, but as you can see, most part of the Netherlands got infected. Just the southern parts, there were not so many cases. But the impact was massive. As you see, sheep, cattle, goats, alpacas, a lot of animals got sick. I will show you some pictures of what we saw in cattle. This presentation is not about sheep, so there's no sheep in this presentation. The focus is on the cattle. And as you see here, you see the lesions in the nose, lesions in the mouth. This was actually one of the first cattle notified in the first week of September. Here are some other pictures of lesions on the palatum of a cow. You see the conjunctivitis, the red eye, even some erosions maybe in the eye, swelling of the conjunctiva. What was a really clear clinical sign was the swelling of the coronary band in cattle. On the left, you see a little bit of swelling, and on the right, it's extremely swollen, of course. And sometimes the swelling really got up to the whole leg. You see the lacrimation of the eye, the swelling of the nose, the teeth, the udder. It also responded to the virus. Redness of the udder, but even purpleness of the udder, and lesions, as you see here on the teeth. I hope the video will start. Yeah. What you see here is a cow which is affected with BDV3 and it's trying to drink. But it's going really hard for the cow. It's not keeping the water in. And you see it on the right, that's not a video, but it's a picture. It's also regurgitation of the water and the food intake. This cow on the left was sent to pathology. And here you see a histology of the wall of the esophagus. And you see the arrows, and you see the triangles, and you see severe vasculitis at the arrows. It's what BDV3 does. The whole body responds to the virus. So not only a vasculitis in the claw, but even in the esophagus. The whole body responds. And then if you look at the triangle, you see the muscle fiber of the esophagus, and it's just degenerated. There's necrosis of the muscle fiber. So you can imagine it's hard to keep the water in, as you saw on the video I showed you. And this is really bad, these images. This is exangulation of the claw of a cow. This happened and was notified to us multiple times. This doesn't happen to all the cows, but it can happen. So this is in a real extreme situation. Well, if we then sum up all the clinical signs we've seen from the BDV3 outbreak, milk production drop is really on the top list of clinical symptoms. And then lameness and tightness would be also in the top 3. So the red and swollen coronary band, the swollen legs, fever, really high fever, lesions and ulcerations of the mouth, as you saw in the pictures, excessive salivation, nasal discharge, the red nose, conjunctivitis, lesion of the udder and the teeth, and the regurgitation. And these cows don't recover in a few days, especially not the lame cows. Recovery may take up to weeks. What we've also seen is that it really differs per cow. Not all the cattle respond in a really excessive way. There's a really diverse pattern in symptoms and also in heaviness of the symptoms. A lot of dead animals are sent to our pathology department at Royal GD, and also dead-born calves were sent to the pathology departments. And since the outbreak, we found 5 times BDV3 in the spleen of a dead-born calf, which is a sign for a transplacental infection of BDV3. We know from BDV8 that this happened, and we already have the signs that this also happened with BDV3. And here you see a picture of a calf born in spring of this year, of 24, with the hydrocephalus. And this calf was also positive in the spleen with BDV3. And we know from the BDV8 outbreak that there was hydrocephaly with the calves. There was also the transplacental infection. So we don't know how big the impact is, but we have seen this so far. Going into a bit of a data, as Royal GD, we do syndromic surveillance. We look at data, our epidemiologists look at data, and we saw a lowered milk production in the 3rd quarter of 23 compared to the baseline layers of 4 years. And if we zoom into that, we see that the milk production drop actually followed the pattern of the virus spread through the Netherlands, like I showed you in the slides with all the outbreak points. And if we a little bit deeper into that, we've seen that herds which notified to the authorities had an average of 1 kilogram per cow per day less, but not for a short period. They had it for almost up to 9.5 weeks, you should see in this slide. So the impact on milk production on the cattle farms is big. Then we took a look at the mortality. What's their impact on mortality? In sheep, there was a massive impact on mortality. We had case fatality rates of 75% in the sheep. Luckily, it was not that big in the cattle, but still a lot of cattle died within the BTV3 outbreak. Here's the baseline. The 0 line is no difference, and everything away from the line is a difference. And you see the big peak in the BTV3 outbreak going from week 35 till the end of the year, and more than 4,300 deaths were more than compared in the years before, from 2020 to 2022. So there was a clear exceased mortality observed in the young stock from 1 to 2 years and the cows over 2 years. At the moment, we're doing a more total impact estimation, and that will be planned for June 24. So where do we stand at the moment? We've seen the rapid spread I showed you. We've seen the high disease impact, not only in cattle, but sheep, goat, alpacas, llama, vicuña, and the dog. We've had the variable clinical signs in cattle. We expect still low within herd prevalences in the Netherlands. So the impact was massive, but not every cow in the Netherlands has had it. We've had the confirmed cases in Belgium, in Germany, in the UK. How will it go further? Well, luckily, the past 2 to 3 weeks, 2 vaccines have been approved in the Netherlands under Article 110, which is an exceptional status. So the minister approved to use the vaccine in cattle and in sheep. And at the moment, vets in the Netherlands are vaccinating, well, as much as they can. They started with the sheep because they had a really massive impact, and the cattle will follow. I think now they're starting a bit with the cattle. But what can we expect? Will BTV3 overwinter in the Netherlands? We expect it will overwinter, and luckily we have a vaccine now, but of course we're not sure what will happen in 24. And also the malformations in the calves, had a born of that born calves, we're not totally sure what will the impact also on reproduction in the cattle. So what was my take-home message? It's been heavy in the Netherlands for the sheep, for the cattle, for the farmers, for the vets. It had a major impact on the cattle population. And when new infections start, rapid spread is expected. We have over 5,000 places where possibly the virus could overwinter. And without vaccination, well, severe impact is suspected, and also further spread through other countries. So I hope a lot of farmers will vaccinate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your speak. Very, very interesting. Open for discussion. Any question? We have time for 1 or 2 questions, please. A short question, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Paolo Cifuentes. I'm from Chile, and I work in some things with Royal GD also. First question, maybe I missed that part, but do you know the origin of this virus? And if you don't know, are you thinking to make some genomic analysis to make some phylogenic relationship and that kind of stuff? Thank you.
No, we don't know the origin of the virus. And if I speak to my colleagues at Wageningen University, Lelystad, they say, well, we search for it, but we're not going to find it where it came from. We are not doing or LGD does not do the genotyping of the virus. BBVR published the whole genome of the virus online in a database. So if you're interested in that, you can. It's free for everybody to check the genome. Yeah.
Hi, just a quick question about the pathology. So in the sheep, I think they had really severe renal pathology, but did you see that in cattle?
No, we didn't see that in cattle. Yeah, good question. Yeah.
Okay. My final question is, if the farmers don't vaccinate in the Netherlands, what do you think the impact in other countries like Germany?
Yeah, well, good question. If we look at the outbreak of BTV8 in 2006, 2008, which also started in the Netherlands, in the south of the Netherlands, you saw then that it spread to Germany, to Belgium, to France, to England, to Denmark, and that it was whole Northern Europe was infected. So, in my opinion, if the infections start again and the vaccination level on the cattle farms remains low, cattle are the main host of the virus, then it will spread to neighboring countries. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. We go again. Thank you very much. Peter. Oh, ehrlich.
Right, so this goes, press that button. To go forward. That button.
To go forward, we don't have laser to go forward.
Mm-hmm.
You present shortly and your presentation at SA.
Hello.
Okay.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Hello. My name is Peter Windsor, and I'm a professor emeritus at the University of Sydney. I was the professor of livestock health and production, and I run a company called Production Animal Health and Welfare Services. I've been working in Southeast Asia mostly since '92, and so a lot of this work relates to information that we've gathered from there because I work with developing countries and they are all endemic with foot and mouth disease, although I helped eradicate foot and mouth disease from the Philippines in 98, 99. Now, the previous talk, how does this go forward? Oh, there it is. Okay. The previous talk, the clinical signs of animals with disease of the buccal mucosa and the nasal plane, like foot and mouth disease, the milder cases of Bluetongue, and the recent outbreaks of epizootic hemorrhagic disease in Portugal and Spain in Europe late last year. The clinical signs need to be treated. These animals have severe pain. The reason they, apart from those with the severe vasculitis of vasculitis of the esophagus, where there's a necrotizing vasculitis causing, ischemic damage, most of the animals are not eating and not walking because they're in pain. And the best way to do that, we would reach normally our students for non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. But there is a better product available now, and it's registered in Europe, and it's being studied in Portugal and Spain, and I would love to have seen some of those animals, the milder cases especially, receive this product. I'll tell you about it, if I can get this thing to go forward. Does this not work with me? Yeah? Oh, there we go. Right. So I'm going to just give you a bit of a review of what I've we've been doing with this product since 2005 was developed in Australia. And in 2019, we got the bright idea that, hey, although it was developed for animal husbandry, it's useful for treating lesions of the mouth and feet in vesicular diseases. And in Australia, I was asked by my colleague George Stilwell in Lisbon to do a review of the welfare of extensive livestock in Australia. And of course, climate change impacts, more severe droughts, more severe floods and things are incredibly important. But the other big important areas have been livestock, live export issues, and the mulesing crisis, which is the mulesing crisis was occurred where there was attempts to ban Australian wool from our merinos, and the mulesing operation is done to remove some tissue from the breech of sheep to protect them against this disease here, which is fly strike. Now, the fly came into Australia in about 1880 after we 1920, after we'd introduced the Vermont strain with wrinkles in 1880, and the fly strike, Lucilia cuprina, came from South Africa, and our sheep have always been vulnerable. So the operation with this product made a huge change, and over 130 million sheep now have been treated with this product to protect the fine wool merino sheep and maintain the wool production from Australia. It's been a huge change in attitudes of farmers to welfare. They went from saying sheep don't feel pain to saying, oh, sheep feel pain and I can fix it. And so they buy this product and use it almost across all of our sheep farms that still do the mulesing operation, although we're trying to eliminate it through changing the genotype of our sheep. I don't have the touch. Why is this not working for me? Perhaps you can move the slide myself. Is it this button here? No, here. Oh, the green one. You tell me. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Okay. So we did the surgery, introduced a wound formulation, with, and I'll talk a bit about that shortly. And huge change in welfare on sheep farms, and then adoption by the cattle industry. The extensive cattle industry in northern Australia, they routinely dehorn and castrate calves, and they love this product for that. And so it's widely adopted because it contains 2 local anaesthetics, providing pain relief, adrenaline to fix hemorrhage, infection control with cetramide, and a sealant, Band-Aid across the lesion to protect it. And so it's being used not only for wounds, but also wounds like this one, because it ablates hyperalgesia and allodynia around even a wound like a thermocautery wound like this tail docking here. So it has efficacy even in the presence of that. So in Australia it's called trisulfan, in Europe it's called multisulfan, and it impacts on nociception. It's the front line of the pain cascade. That's where you need to stop pain if you've got a wound or a vascular lesion, a vesicular lesion. And it works for at least 24 hours. We know that because we brought sheep back in and wound tested them with quantitative sensory testing and published all this. So now my colleague George Stilwell in Lisbon got the bright idea that he would like to use it on debriding cattle hoof lesions, and it worked really well. He found that if you are debriding the hoof for whatever and you apply this product, the animal feels no pain, and as soon as it starts to quiver or shake or move its leg, you pour some more on. And so suddenly it's a safe way for cattle vets to treat hoof lesions because the animals don't kick, because they have no pain. They're comfortably numb as we speak. So we use it castration a lot and dehorning, and it's also registered and used in disbudding and dehorning young calves in New Zealand. and elsewhere. It's also being developed as a human product and for trials on debriding human lesions, especially vascular lesions like those shown over there. And the use in humans was based on all the research we've been doing since 2005 in animals. Now, we got the bright idea to try it in foot and mouth disease, and we found that when we sprayed these animals in the mouth and on the feet, the farmers were so delighted in the change of the demeanour of the animals, they relaxed. The animals weren't fractious anymore and kicking, and they walked away happy. So all the farmers brought all their animals in for the treatment when we first tried it in Laos. That was in 2019. And the reason is smallholder farmers, their priority is therapy that impacts the animal. They're normally given antibiotics. It doesn't improve the demeanour of the animal. In fact, most of these animals don't need antibiotics. And it's expensive. This is a cheap product, only costs $1 or $2 per animal to be treated. Those photos down there on the right are from New Zealand. It's also used in New Zealand for spraying on animals that have been recumbent for an extended period and have decubital ulcers. And this is important because this part of the world, the business model for the community animal health workers is to sell antibiotics. We have to replace that with a product where we don't need antibiotics. And this one is an option. We've also done work in Indonesia with lumpy skin disease. Indonesia was free of foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease until 2022. And then they got both. And this, my friend here, the provincial veterinarian from Central Java, he's spraying an animal with lumpy skin disease, and the demeanour of the animal improved immediately. Now, obviously, lesions like lumpy skin disease and ORF lesions there, when they become very severe, and you can see that in the histo on the right, the lesion is deep in the basal epithelium, and you can't expect the product to get down and wipe all that out. But so some work we've been doing with my colleague Delia Lacusta in Zaragoza in Spain has shown that it works well in ORF virus, but you have to give it repeat treatments. Whereas if FMD, you normally would only treat them once. So with pox lesions, or capipox virus lesions, you need to treat them several times with the product. Now, when we talked about this at the GFRA meeting in 2019, a colleague of mine from Cameroon said, I want to do a study in Cameroon with this product. So he did that, and we published both the work from Laos and the work from Cameroon there. We showed that it treated effectively oral lesions, and you can see down there on that blue graphs there, the untreated animals at the top, the antibiotic-treated animals underneath, and the bottom, within 2 or 3 days, essentially the animals are back to eating normally and walking around normally, and that was quite dramatic, and the farmers loved it. And it was the same price as single antibiotic treatment. So we've continued this work after Cameroon with the Indonesia work, and more recently Spain with ORF. And what was interesting in Spain, a study we did there, was that if you spray a single spray, within 3 days, the virus levels coming out of those lesions is diminished. And the reason is the product has a pH 2.7. Now, normally that would hurt, but it doesn't because it's got local anaesthetics in it. So it takes the pain away, allows you to use an astringent. Now, one of the problems in treating animals in a developing country is everybody's got their own natural therapies, which is usually the bark of a tree they rub on the lesions, or lemon juice, or vinegar, or something like that to spray. And they have low pH too. And they're abrasive, astringent, and they're painful. So this is a product that replaces those so-called natural therapies everybody is saying is better than antibiotics. But it's causing a welfare problem using those products. All right. Now, my friends in Cameroon, Niger, Kenya, all wanted some product, and they used it, especially in dairy cows in those countries, and sprayed the teat lesions and found they recovered very quickly, much faster than untreated lesions. And the animals walked after treatment. They all confirmed encouragement to report FMD to gain access to the product from authorities. So we've published quite a bit on this now and tried to get the word out. Clearly in developing countries this has a great role, but in other countries like Portugal and Spain here, and you can see the outbreak of EHD that occurred last year. And of course it's warming up now over Europe, and perhaps we'll see more EHD, and later in the year we may see Bluetongue. Now Bluetongue cases, I'd like to do that and we've just had some Bluetongue in Australia last month in March. Normally the Culicordes line in Australia, where the cattle get infected, we've got Bluetongue 1 and 6 commonly seroconverting in the cattle towards the south, and on this line occasionally sheep get infected. So we had about 30 outbreaks in March, but we couldn't get the reporting fast enough to treat it. So I can talk to colleagues in Europe if you want to get access to this product, and DECRA distribute it in Europe. So if you want to try it, the farmers will be delighted. Now, this EHD cow up the top there on the left has had 4 days of inappetence. You can see the look of her. She's drooling from the mouth. She's got a furrowed brow. She's been standing there in pain. A single spray into the mouth of that animal, and she immediately went over to the food bale and started eating. And in the video, that's a video grab, the farmer said in Spanish, "If I had not seen this with my own eyes, I would not believe it." It's that dramatic. And unfortunately, we had 14 cases, so we haven't published this yet. But my colleague George Stillwell wrote it up, his experience with it too in Portugal. So this is a nice way of improving the welfare of animals that you expect to recover from these diseases. Okay, we're nearly done. Now, in conclusion, we've provided quite a lot of product that's just expired to Indonesia, and my colleague over there in Central Java has decided to also use it for cats. And the colleague from the company said, "Oh look, Professor Windsor says I need 200 cattle treated with trisulfan." Dr. Yoyong says, as requested, 200 cats treated with trisulfan. These are cats that are spayed-free and treated there. So it has many applications across the veterinary profession, allows you to easily improve the welfare of animals of all ranges if they've got wounds or lesions. So it's all published here in a review paper. The latest work is not there, but that paper there on the right has just come out on the use of ORF in Spain, and it fits into this whole big picture where we're trying to provide simple solutions that motivate farmers for the problems, like I'm talking about a nutrition one on Thursday and foot and mouth disease on Friday, and we producing better food production efficiency, one in ecosystem health and animal and human welfare. This has a place to play, in my opinion, in that, providing clean, green and caring animals. Is that the time? Right, thank you very much, and talk to me if you want to do some work like this. Duration of, well, we know at least 24 hours. Usually a single treatment for the cases of foot and mouth disease that we've treated has been adequate. But we do recommend treating every 2 or 3 days for ORF or lumpy skin until the animal's sufficiently recovered. The withholding period now has been reduced to nil in Australia, by the way. So you can use it in dairy cattle.
Hello, my name is Jacek. I'm from Poland.
Yep.
Thanks for a nice lecture. My question is also related to the duration because maybe I missed it. Is it any universal protocol or it's related to the disease? What you recommend? And second small question, how do you think could it work in case of ischemic teeth necrosis?
Systemic?
Ischemic teeth necrosis. Because we, in Poland, we have been seeing, you know, the increase in the case of this disease.
I'd like to see a little bit more about that. And look, if you think this product, because it's efficacious for foot and mouth disease or for an EHD and hopefully Bluetongue, could work in that disease, well, let's give it a go. It will improve significantly the clinical signs of animals that have got mouth ulcers and erosions and are not eating, and foot lesions and are not walking. But clearly, whilst they're in the systemic disease with vasculitis, they're going to die of, you know, esophageal necrosis or something like that. It can't fix that, of course.
Thank you very much, Peter. And we move to the next speaker, Tom.
You have 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And you will see that now. 50
Brilliant.
minutes speak and 5 minutes discussion. And you introduce just shortly you and your
Yeah.
title.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'm going to give a presentation on some of the work we've been doing on Q fever vaccines. Q fever is becoming quite topical, especially in Europe at the moment. And so I'm going to talk about the current vaccines that we have available and then sort of why we're trying to develop new generation vaccines and hopefully convince you that the approach we've taken is kind of useful. So I've been told reliably it's a green button that moves it on, so let's check it out. Yes, it does, yeah. So basically, a bit about Q fever. So it's an important zoonotic pathogen. It's been seen globally and can be at very high prevalence. In fact, it's one of these things that every time you talk about Q fever, it's only New Zealand and Antarctica that don't have Q fever detected. It's caused by this bacteria. It's quite an interesting bacteria. It's an obligate intracellular gram-negative bacteria. It's got quite an interesting sort of biology that we're just trying to understand now because it's been very hard to culture up until the mid-90s. Cattle, sheep and goats are the main reservoir. They get clinical disease, and I'll talk about that in a second. But they're the main reservoir infection for humans. So there's a combined sort of effort in terms of controlling Q fever, not just to control the disease in the ruminant target species, but also to prevent human infections. And in general, sort of infections are generally asymptomatic. So in ruminants, a lot of infections will be asymptomatic, so you will not detect them. And you can have this clinical picture where you have very few cases, but very high prevalence of Q fever. We're talking about bulk tank milk sampling earlier on in the day. And certainly in certain areas, it can be sort of 70–80% of all bulk milk tank will be positive for Q fever, but you don't really see huge clinical signs associated with that. The main sort of outcomes are really to do with abnormal pregnancy outcomes. So, abortions, birth of weak offspring, stillbirth. You do see milk drop, and there's a sort of a question mark over, for example, whether it causes metritis or endometritis, but it certainly seems to be associated with reproductive performance. In goats, it's very spectacular. You can get big abortions. In sheep, it's a bit sort of less spectacular, and in cattle, often it's quite hard to see the clinical signs associated with infection. In humans, if you're infected with Q fever, the reason that it's an important zoonotic pathogen, it was a biological terrorist agent in the US being developed for that, is because it's got a very low infectious dose, down to 1 organism as being quoted. But most of the time, you get a bit of a fever and then you resolve. And actually, interestingly, in certain countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, Q fever is more common as a cause of acute febrile illness than malaria and is often being misdiagnosed and treated as malaria. In a few cases, you will get sort of a persistent infection, and this is where the bacteria kind of seeds into particular tissues. It seems to quite like the heart valve, so you can get endocarditis, which may require a sort of removal and sort of an artificial heart valve replacement. But essentially, the other big thing that we know is that it can cause quite spectacular outbreaks. So in the Netherlands, there was a huge outbreak involving over 4,000 human cases associated with goat farms, goat dairy farms, and now there's a compulsory vaccination program in the Netherlands for dairy sheep and dairy goats, which actually has been very successful. So not too much immunology here, but just to say the target cell is a macrophage, and what the bacteria does is it basically co-opts the lysosome. So instead of being killed by the lysosome, it kind of uses a very complex a system of molecules and secretion systems to take over that lysosome and create a Coxiella-containing vacuole, and that's where it replicates in the cell. So very simply, how does the immune system work? Well, antibodies can prevent ingress of the bacteria, so it can kind of neutralize uptake, a bit like a virus. It can also play a role, the antibodies can coat the bacteria and then play a role in inhibiting this transformation of the lysosome into a Coxiella-containing vacuole. But you really also need, for a most effective vaccine, is a CD8 T cell response, which basically kills the infected cells. So the vaccines that we have currently available, we've got 2 vaccines on the market. They're both generated from quite simple bacterins. So basically, these are virulent forms of the bacteria. They're phase 1, so this has got the full LPS on the surface. And basically what you do is you grow them up and then you inactivate them, usually with formaldehyde, and then sort of formulate that as your vaccine. So this is a pretty successful vaccine, but the problem is Coxiella is quite a dangerous organism to work with, so you need to manufacture it at high containment, so BSL-3 facilities. The other thing that we see with these bacterian vaccines is that if you've been exposed to Coxiella beforehand, or if you've had repeated vaccinations, then you can get quite severe reactions to the vaccine. So this is why it's limited its deployment, particularly in humans. So we have Coxivax for use in cattle, goats, and now it's been registered for sheep. And that's the phase 1 9-mile strain. And then another strain is used for QVax, which is used in humans. This is another inactivated vaccine. For humans, it's restricted to high-risk operators, so vets or slaughterhouse workers. And you need to have an antibody test negative and a skin test negative before you get the vaccine because of these severe injection site reactions. So what's the future of these bacterian vaccines? They're very effective, but they're difficult to manufacture, costly to manufacture, and reactogenic. Well, people have been working on the bacterians. It doesn't get over the culture of the bacteria, but basically what you can do is you can either remove bits of the bacteria, so take away the type 4 secretion system, and that makes them less reactogenic, because these seem to be targets of that delayed type hypersensitivity. We've shown that you can use avirulent strains, which are protective. The other thing you can do is you can try and take extracts of the bacteria and see whether they will actually be less reactogenic and safer to use. At the moment, this is all sort of experimental, so none of these have been commercialized. So what we wanted to take was an approach where we basically, what we do is we were looking for developing a recombinant subunit vaccine, and these have many benefits over the bacterian. So basically, you can engineer them to be less reactogenic, so you can target your antigens so that they're not the ones that cause this hypersensitivity reaction. Obviously, you don't need a BSL-3 facility, which is much easier in terms of manufacture. And also, you can potentially engineer it to have a DIVA capacity, because currently all our serodiagnostic tests rely on bacterian antigens as well for the serodiagnostic. But the problem is always been which antigens to target. It's been focused work on this for a number of years, and still to come up with a very effective subunit vaccine. And it's because you've got over 2,000 proteins to try and sort of identify which ones would be protective in the Coxiella genome. And also, how do you formulate it to give you optimum duration of immunity and safety profile? So this leads on to the sort of work I'm going to present today is about this project called CoxiMap, which is funded by UK-AID and Department of Health and Social Care. And basically, what we did was we took the whole Coxiella genome, so it's a sort of reverse vaccinology approach. Then we identified all the open reading frames, all the proteins that bacteria could produce. So and with a bit of bioinformatic polishing to remove some pseudogenes, which we think actually are expressed, we got just over 2,000 predicted proteins. And this is where the technology came in. So we can actually use high-density peptide microarrays. And essentially what you do is you array in sort of 15 amino acid peptides the whole of the Coxiella proteome. So any protein that Coxiella bacteria could make, you can array the whole genome. And this is something that's never really been done in bacteria before. But also we could array 12 genomes per slide, so we could actually do individual animal arrays. And then what we did is we probed these arrays with vaccine antibodies, so antibodies from animals that have been vaccinated with the Coccivax, or also we had some animals that were challenged with Coxiella, or sort of human and cattle cases that had been field exposed to Coxiella. What we then did was we filtered that data. Once we've identified which proteins are being targeted by the antibody response, doing some bioinformatics to select surface-exposed antigens, make certain that they're conserved across different Coxiella sequence strains, express them in E. coli, and then test them for immunogenicity and protection. So that's the kind of the workflow, and I'll just give you some highlights of that work. So this is the just showing you some serology of the vaccine trial that we did in sheep. So basically, you've got the two vaccinations with the blue arrows, so 3 weeks apart. This is with Coxivax and with our phase 2 vaccine. You can see a nice antibody response to the vaccine, which then declines over time. We mated these animals, and then at sort of about 100 days of gestation, we challenged them with Coxiella. That's a red arrow, and you get a really nice amnestic response. And actually, both vaccines were very highly protective, and the poster is there on Thursday to go through this data in more detail. And then this is just the sort of the serology from the human, cattle, and goats samples that we used on the arrays, all showing you get a sort of a seroconversion in the positive samples. So this is a lot of detail here, but it's just to say that we did 156 arrays. That's quite a huge amount of data, and you can see that for different species, we've either got natural challenge, experimental challenge, or vaccination. So we looked at a lot of different contrasts in our analysis. So now I'm going to walk you through the data, which is quite complex. So the first one is, and you've got to just take an overview here, is that what I'm showing you here is the types of proteins that are recognized by each of the samples that we arrayed. And so it's looking for similarity in the proteins that have been recognized. And you can't really sort of read this in too much detail, but just to say that it seems to be that host species is really important in determining what proteins you recognize in Coxiella. So regardless of whether a human's been exposed or it's not been exposed, or sheep or goats or cattle, they all cluster together. So there's some really strong evidence that species is really important, which is something I think we've got to take into account when we look at really sort of like, I guess, whole proteome serological mapping. We've also got data which is quite complex, but essentially what we've done is we've done individual arrays. So we can, within each of our treatment groups, we have two kind of outcome variables. The first one is how many individuals within that group responded to a particular antigen. And then the second one is how many epitopes are recognized in each of those antigens. So the response frequency is the number of individuals that are recognizing a particular antigen. So you can see I've got an example of a high or a low response frequency. And then the other one is the median number of B-cell epitopes within that antigen. And we were trying to sort of capture antibody recognition through this value called coverage, which is the product of the response frequency and the number of epitopes. So I'm just going to walk you through just the response frequency data. So this is basically the number of proteins that are recognized. And here you see on the sort of left-hand side here, you've got sort of on the y-axis, you've got positive samples, and the x-axis, you've got the negative samples. So basically, anything to the top right of the corner shows that you've got increased numbers of individuals responding to a particular antigen in a challenged or vaccinated group. And then conversely, if it's in the bottom right, then it's basically it's a decreased response in the positive group. So this is the sheep data, and it's just to take away here that if you look at a global level, so that whole proteome, then you can see that when an animal's challenged or it's vaccinated, then you see a shift to the top left, which means that you've got an increased response in the challenged or vaccinated animals. So showing that our arrays kind of worked. The human sort of data was pretty equivocal, so there's not a huge difference in the numbers of antigens that are recognized in human clinical cases versus negative cases. But in the cattle and in the goats, we see a positive shift in terms of the response to challenge or vaccination. And then we've got to work out how to analyze these arrays. So we use 3 different methods. The method 1 is basically where we look within each of the species. And basically what we're looking at here is the coverage or difference, which is basically the difference in antibody reactivity between the positive and negative groups. And see to the top, to the right of each of these graphs, you've got sort of a spike going up, and that is telling you these are the antigens that are being recognized strongly in the following challenge of vaccination. So here we looked within species and took the 75th percentile. We also took all our array data from all the contrasts we looked at and went for the 95th percentile. And then because we had sort of paired samples from our sheep vaccine study, so we actually had samples from the same individual before, during and after vaccination, and then sort of after vaccination and challenge, you could see that there's some antigens that are recognized following vaccination, and then when they're challenged, you get this amnestic response and you get an increased response to post-vaccination. And so from this, we had we had overlapping antigen targets. Method 3 with the paired sampling gave us the most antigen targets, but this was a total of 463 antigens out of that proteome that we took forwards. And then it's a case of bioinformatics. So basically, for the 467 candidates, we basically remove anything that we don't think is surface exposed. Then we remove any proteins with an unknown function, but we think unknown subcellular location, but an obvious intracellular function. That got down to 68. Then we removed anything that wasn't conserved across the sequence strains of Coxiella, which was 59. And then we deprioritized anything that we thought might not be surface exposed or an enzyme that's got an intracellular function. So that gave us 15 antigen targets. So you can see how we've gone from 2,092 proteins down to 15. And then we finally used these in a sort of in a mouse challenge model, which is a bit crude, but it's far easier than a pregnant animal study. And we're using this model to try and screen our vaccine formulations. So what we used was an OF1 strain of mice that's outbred. So we wanted to try and maintain a bit of genetic diversity. We used a vaccine regime, which was the same as used in your target ruminant species. So 2 vaccines 3 weeks apart. Then after 3 weeks, we challenged with Coxiella burnetii at 10 to the 6 infectious mouse doses. And then post-mortem 10 days later. And what you're looking for is replication in the spleen of the bacteria. So here's the first 2 vaccine formulations that we tested. Essentially, both were adjuvanted with montanide, which is a compatible with sheep vaccination. So here's some data here. So we've got our montanide control, adjuvant-only control, that's not being challenged, so the spleens are very small. Then when we challenge the Coxiella, you get this big splenomegaly. We have Coxivax as a positive control vaccine, so we know that works in our target species, and that's nicely protective. And we've got some protection in both of our vaccine formulations, and this is without us even trying to optimize the formulation or adding on some more antigen targets. So I think this is probably the highest level of protection that we've got so far with a subunit vaccine approach. We also tested all these antigens in sheep just to check they're immunogenic, and they are. So this is just some serology data for when we've immunized animals with montanide and the antigen. So very promising. So I've got a few conclusions to make from this, is that I think we're now at the stage where we're relying on these bacterial vaccines quite heavily, but there definitely are alternatives. And there's a few groups looking at these subunit vaccine approaches. But as I said, I think this is the most promising data to date. I think these genome-wide peptide arrays are really important, and they're sort of the technology is just there now to be able to do that. You might have read about sort of doing similar sort of approaches for SARS-CoV-2 to identify antigen targets. I think you've got to be aware that there's this high inter-individual variation in antibody response, which kind of makes sense because animals are having to cope with lots of different pathogen challenges, and we shouldn't all be focusing on the same antigens in our B-cell antibody response. Species is a very important factor here, and we think it's either a combination of environmental or genetic factors, probably more likely genetic factors, because the human and cattle data is basically data from populations that have been naturally exposed, so they've not shared the same environment. So what are we doing in the future? Well, we're basically optimizing the mouse protection study. We've got additional antigens and alternative adjuvants to test. And we've also got 5 years funding now from the Horizon Europe program of work to basically take a slightly different approach for antigen selection. And this is based on a sort of called reverse vaccinology 2.0, where you basically generate functional antibodies or identify them, and then when you've identified antibodies that are protective in vitro, you then sort of generate the antigen mimic, and that's your vaccine formulation. So it's a bit of a game changer in veterinary vaccine development. So that is the end of my talk. I didn't do a lot of the work. I did some of the work, but just to say that there are a lot of people involved in this. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions. And sorry for bombarding you with immunology.
One question? Yep. A short one.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate very interesting speech. My question is connected with my interest related to the existence of World Association for Animal Health reference laboratory in my institute. So concerning key fever. So how can you comment the routine use at present of course the present use in the field conditions, the old generation of vaccine, when practically does it exist monitoring program which allows to differentiate between the vaccinated and non-vaccinated animals? Because this is a little controversial aspects of the use of vaccine. I know this new subunit vaccine, you present that it the potential to injure to the DIVA capacities possible, but now currently we with the monitoring practically doesn't exist. Yes.
Yeah. So currently that is an issue, that the serodiagnostics all rely on bacterial antigens, and that will obviously interfere with the vaccinated animals. So what we've found is that all our antigen targets are also recognized by infected animals as well. So I think the way you would have to do a DIVA approach would have to basically make certain that your diagnostic antigens and your vaccine antigens are different. But that gives you the flexibility. So in parallel in that ReportiVac project, we're also looking at serodiagnostic targets and vaccine targets and making certain that they don't overlap. So, but it's a good point. At the moment, we have no way of discriminating.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Tom, for your presentation. Thank you. Now, the next speaker is Angelica Pedersen-Diaz from Canada.
Did you want to? I think you take a look to the clock. 20 minutes, but you have only 50 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
No, we don't have.
Okay, no worries.
Sorry on that. No worries. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, hi. So my name is Angelica. I'm a PhD student in my final year at the University of Calgary in Canada. And in our group, we are interested in the microbiology of digital dermatitis, and I will be presenting one of my projects. So just first to situate everyone in how the dairy production is in Western Canada. So we have basically 6 months of snow. So our cows are 24/7 in freestall barns, the lactation cows on concrete. So when I mention here environmental samples from those cows, is basically slurry from the free barn. So talking about digital dermatitis, or DD, this is an infectious hoof disease that causes lameness, and it's one of the major causes of lameness in dairy cows and also affecting beef. Today, we don't have a clear overview of the etiology of this disease, despite being reported in the 70s. So we are still looking for the guilty to causing DD. And we are still not certain about the reservoirs of those bacteria in the cow's body and also in the environment. To add complexity to this disease, we have different stages, And this is just an example of some of these stages. They are called AIM stage after Mortellaro, who is the scientist that report this disease. So the AIM2 lesion is the most classical, the larger ulcer, usually the most painful and the target of treatment. And after treatment, those lesions, they don't often evolve to an AIM3 stage of healing. They go to a chronic stage, which is the AIM4. And one of the reasons we think we don't know against who we are fighting, this is why the treatment doesn't work. And very often, those AIM4 lesions, they reactivate as AIM4.1 and become active again. So we go to this DD cycle. So most of these studies looking on digital dermatitis, they are based on metagenomics, which is basically we have one sample and we extract DNA from that sample and we sequence all the DNA that is in there. So because most of those bacteria in DD, they are anaerobic and they are difficult to culture. So we use culture-independent methods to assess DD microbiology. And most of these studies look at the whole population of bacteria, which are microbiome. So here we can see each bar, each color is one species, comparing controls or healthy skin with DD lesions. And we can see that healthy animals have a high diversity on population when compared to lesions. And when we look at lesions, almost half it's composed by spirochetes, which are those little guys moving over there. So the ones that are identifying DD lesions are from the Treponema genus, and this is also the ones that cause syphilis in humans, but we have some cousins as Leptospira or Borrelia from these spirochetes. So initially we thought Treponema is causing DD, but as we evolved in the microbiome studies, we have seen non-Treponema species always present in DD lesions. And here are just some examples as Fusiobacterium, Porphyromonas, bacteroids, and Mycoplasma. So we are starting treating this disease as a polymicrobial and not caused by only one species. So we had some attempts to induce DD lesions using only Treponema, and we didn't success because probably we need other bacteria. So the same methods are used to look at reservoirs of DD bacteria. And we have those places as potential reservoirs, but most of those studies, they are cross-sectional, so they are a snapshot of that moment. And they are also sometimes in the genus level, don't go deep into the species level, and they are conflicting in the results. So what we have in the literature now is the relative abundance of bacteria or the proportion of each group of bacteria in those lesions or reservoirs. We don't know much about the absolute abundance on the real numbers and the counts of each bacteria, which can be very important when we are trying to understand the pathogenesis of the disease. So now we have developed some DD-specific qPCR that we can target and quantify specific species on those lesions. So to advance our knowledge on DD microbiology, we conduct two types of studies. And the first one is a cross-sectional study, and we want to answer where on the cow's body and in the farm environment are the DD bacteria found, and in which quantity they are found. And then we conduct a longitudinal study when we follow animals over time before they develop a lesion, so we can see when they start to show up. So our hypothesis is, and there is a similar study in foot rot in sheep, that the ones that are causing the disease, they start increasing their numbers before the lesion, and the ones that are opportunistic, they only appear after the lesion is there. So this is something that we look for. So for the first study, the cross-sectional one, we enroll farms in Alberta, the 2 farms free from DD and 3 farms affected by DD. And from those farms, we collect samples from cows with or without lesions. And we took swabs from their feet, if they have lesions or not, but we also took samples from hock and udder cleft skin, which sometimes also have lesions. So we want to know if those DD bacteria are also found in other skin parts of the cow. We took saliva, urine, and feces to look for those bacteria on those places, and we also collect bedding material and slurry from the barns. All those samples were subjected to DNA extraction and qPCR targeting the D bacteria. So when we look at the group of non-treponeme species, Fusiobacterial porphyromonas, which we think they are more opportunistic than causing DD, we found them in all samples, in samples from free and affected herds. So they were, this shows that they are more opportunistic because they're basically everywhere. So, but interestingly, we didn't find any DNA from those species in fecal samples. When we look at the counts of those species, we found high counts as expected in the lesions, but they were also very high in Uder-Cleft dermatitis lesions, which was very interesting, and our study was the first one to quantify on those places. So this shows that they might be just opportunistic to any skin lesion. And in the other places, they were in low counts. So when we look at the treponema, and this was very interesting, we couldn't detect any treponeme species in any samples from the free farms, and they were only present in the affected herds and highly present in M2 lesions, as expected. But they were also found in healthy skin, and we didn't find any treponema on feces and nor in urine. When we look at the counts, very similar to the non-treponema, lesions with higher counts, and also Uder-Cleft lesions, which was also very interesting. We detect all the species on slurry. So since we couldn't find in fecal samples, we hypothesized that it's more likely that those treponema are from the lesions than from other sources, the ones that we found in slurry. So with this study, we conclude that healthy skin, saliva, and skin lesions are potential reservoirs of DD-associated bacteria. But this was a cross-sectional study, so 1 point at a time, and to actually assess if they persist or not on those reservoirs, we conduct the next study following animals over time. So with this longitudinal study, we were looking for reservoirs persistence, but we also enroll healthy animals, if following them over time, to see if they have a lesion, what is happening to the bacterial dynamics and the counts of each bacteria. So for this study, we conduct in one herd that has DD, and we enroll 53 Holstein cows, initially healthy, and we visit that farm for 6 months, and we took weekly swabs from both hind legs in the parlor, as illustrated here in this picture, and we also collect saliva. So we want to see if they develop a lesion, what is happening before, and if they remain healthy, if they harbor those bacteria all the time, and if also we found them in saliva all the time. So we collect the swabs and we store them until the end of the study. So at the end, we classify the cows as the ones that remain healthy, and we call them controls. The ones that naturally develop DD, and we call them cases. And in this study, we had 8 animals that naturally develop. And the ones that develop other hoof lesions as heel erosion, which might affect our results, but we are not looking right now. So we analyze samples from all the cases. So we extract DNA from feet and saliva from all the 8 cases, and a subset of controls to have a ratio of 1 to 2. And we choose 5 different time points. So the week 0 was the week that the DD case emerged, and we looked 3 weeks back and 1 week after. And we subject to DNA extraction and qPCR, and we use linear mixed effect models with a cow as a random effect to assess the variation, accounting for repeated measures. So when we look at the persistence, and we classify persistence as being present in more than one consecutive sampling, Only Porphyromonas levi and Fusiobacterial necrophorum was consistently detected in healthy skin and saliva, but not the DD Treponema species. So we believe that the main reservoir for DD-associated Treponema are the lesion. So this is the most interesting finding from this study. So as I said before, we thought that if we follow animals over time and we look back what is happening before the lesion, the ones that are causing, increasing the number before, and the ones that are opportunistic, which we think are the non-Treponema, they will increase their numbers only after the lesion is there. But for our surprise, they are acting together. So there is a successive process in bacterial colonization before the DD lesion. So here we have the cows that develop DD in green and the samples from animals that remain healthy in orange. And you can see that for orange, they are present, but they remain relatively low. And from ones develop DD, we have difference depending on the week. So we have week 0 as the week of the event. For Treponema, median, and pedis, they show some difference compared to the group at the week that the lesion occurred. So they are not increasing their numbers too much earlier. Whereas the other bacteria, even Porphyromonas, Fusio, and bacteroids, which we thought were opportunistic, they are increasing their numbers before the lesion is there. So they are probably acting together with Treponema to trigger the disease. So we started to look DD differently at this point, and we built a model of what could be the DD pathogenesis. And since this was an epidemiological observational study, we cannot extrapolate much conclusions, but our idea is to test this hypothesis in an experimental model and try, hopefully, to partially fulfill Koch's postulate for this disease. So while we think it happens, we don't know what happened yet, but something mechanical or chemical, or microtrauma, a dysbiosis because of slurry contact in the barn, or something related to skin permeability, local immunity on the skin. Something happened 2 weeks before the lesion, and then the non-Treponema species started to increase their numbers, while Treponema is still in the same levels. But then the non-Treponema, they reach a plateau at the moment of the lesion, and then the Treponema increase and continue to increase after the lesion is there. So in this farm, they will analyze that. All the management was kept. We didn't change anything, so they were passing through fruit bath every week, as they regularly do in this farm. But this was something very interesting, and we are looking forward to investigate further. So with that, I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Dr. João Drumond, and also my supervisory committee, especially Dr. Karen Orso, all the members of our labs, and especially the dairy farmers and cows and the hoof trimmers that were involved in this study, and the funders. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We have time for questions, 2 questions. Nothing there? Yeah, Tom.
Thanks, really nice study. I just wondered, on your follow-up, are you looking at sort of, because it'd be really interesting to look at the gene expression of the bacteria and see, is there anything that you can actually start to untangle in terms of the mechanism? So what are these first bacteria doing that enables the other bacteria to colonize? So
yeah, for sure. Thank you. Yeah, we can use, our lab conducts a lot of mutants, so we can even identify those proteins or what's going on, and those virulence genes, knock it out, and then try do the same. We have a mice model for looking at pathogenesis of DD, but for my project, I'm trying to induce in calves to have the actual lesion. But yeah, it's something we are looking forward to see. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just wondering if treponema is playing such an important role, then our therapy should be directed towards that, because currently we are only focusing on Fusobacterium or others for treatment.
Yeah.
So should our therapies include something against treponema as well?
Yeah. Yes, in the current treatments that we have, even herd level or cow level, with the wrapping, they are not good for treponema. Let's say treponema are kind of not susceptible. But we are looking on non-antibiotic treatments, like using peptides maybe, or even alternatives. But at this point, we don't have a treatment that targets treponema effectively. Yeah. Thank you.
Any question? The last one.
Just a short one. For the past couple of years, we have looked at difference in susceptibility within these cows, so genomic in origin, or maybe something about conformation or other. Did you look at those type of risk factors for these animals? So you only had 8 cases out of the 58, which is a quite,
Yeah.
some may say low prevalence.
Yeah. I didn't look in this on my study. And all those 8 cows that developed, they were heifers or first lactation cows. I also followed second lactation cows, but none of them. If they start healthy, they remain healthy the whole time. But it's a very good, interesting point, and we have, like those animals, we have the samples. We can do a follow-up to find why those that remain healthy for the whole time, and if it's something there. Yeah, but I didn't look at the hoof conformation, no. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Angelica, for your presentation. Linda. Good to go. You see there now immediately to the end, you have only 15 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion. And I think it's better to present your
Hello, everyone. As you can see, we will not be talking about hoof lesions anymore. We will be talking about Mycoplasma bovis and my study that I did on combining sampling techniques to increase the amount of carriers that we could detect and to avoid having false negative samples. Of course, I didn't do this study alone. I did it with Arcia, and I'm really, really grateful for all of their help. So, Mycoplasma bovis. I'm pretty sure everyone here knows about Mycoplasma, knows how annoying it is, for one, because of its natural resistance. Because of this, every time we treat in a first-line treatment a calf or a cow, half of the time we actually treat with something that Mycoplasma scoffs at, because of it doesn't have a cell wall. These antibiotics, like beta-lactam antibiotics, like, for example, amoxicillin, they just don't work. And next to this natural resistance, Mycoplasma also is very, very capable at building resistance. For example, against tulartromycin, Mycoplasma is very, very capable of just changing one gene and suddenly he's resistant. Furthermore, Mycoplasma is very fastidious. And what does fastidious mean? Well, it means that when he gets into the environment, he can build his own little cocoon, his biofilm, and he can stay there for months. So that means that once Mycoplasma gets in a farm, even if we could treat, which we can't, it can still stay in the environment and just infect from the environment another calf. So that means that we keep on having this disease that is very annoying, very hard to treat, and that causes, of course, a lot of economic impact. Not only because of the disease itself, it's pneumonia, it's arthritis, it's mastitis, but also because every calf, even if it isn't very sick, every calf that gets Mycoplasma has some consequences of this Mycoplasma infection. As I said, we have plenty of clinical symptoms. We have pneumonia, we have mastitis, we have arthritis. But what we also have is carriers. We have animals that don't show any kind of disease, but that still carry Mycoplasma in it. And what is the issue with these carriers? Well, it's the farms that don't have Mycoplasma. Because what happens if you buy a carrier? Well, you introduce Mycoplasma in a farm, and it's actually the most common way of introducing Mycoplasma into new farms is these carriers. We have other types of introduction, like you can see on the slide. We have the purchase of milk, the purchase of colostrum. We have, as I said, it can stay in the environment. We can have any type of fomites, any kind of passive carriers that could introduce Mycoplasma in herd. Actually, one of my cases that I followed myself, we saw that probably the veterinarian introduced Mycoplasma into a new herd, probably by not cleaning his boots as he should have. You can also see semen on my slide here, because for some cases, like in Finland, like in New Zealand, we know that probably Mycoplasma was introduced due to semen. But we actually don't know the infectious risk of this semen, and in our studies, we seem to see that it is not very common. So the most common cause of introduction seems to be these carriers. And that is an issue, especially in my country, in Belgium. Why? Well, because in a previous study of mine, if my slide wants to go, we actually saw that 15% of every animals that were sold in 1 year had antibodies against Mycoplasma bovis. So that means that 15% of those cows at that point had been in contact with Mycoplasma in the last 2 weeks to 1 year or more. You could say, okay, 15%, I can take my chances. It's almost 90% chance that it doesn't have Mycoplasma. Well, actually, when we looked at herds that were selling a lot of animals, so more than 10, that we considered that already a lot, we actually saw that 66, so 2 out of 3 of those farms had at least one positive animal on antibodies. So at that point, we also knew that Mycoplasma was a big issue in Belgium, but that we also needed to do something to stop this spread from one farm to the other, because with such a high population, we still had 1/3 of the farms that didn't have Mycoplasma, and we wanted to keep it that way. So what did we do? Well, we wanted to do a study how to detect carriers. What can you do for the moment? You could try to test them. But what can you do for test? Well, you could culture, but there's an intermittent excretion. You could do PCR, but there's intermittent excretion. So you don't have that much sensitivity to find these carriers. So for the moment, what do? We test antibodies. But as I said, 66% of the farms had antibodies. So even that is not the best test. So what we wanted to do in this study was look at PCR, how we could improve the detection of those carriers to bypass this intermittent excretion. So we did a study where we wanted to see if we combine different sampling sites. So if we look at the lungs and the genital area, the milk, or maybe even the semen at the same time, could we improve the detection of these carriers? And then, because we were collecting samples anyway, and it was COVID, so everything is then more fun if you add COVID to the study aim, we wanted to see, just like with COVID, if you just use one sample, or you sample both nasal openings at the same time, will the result change? And so we looked for 6 herds. We had 5 dairy farms, and we had 1 breeding center because we really wanted to test those semen samples. And that's just more easy if you have a regular stream of male bulls that are used to being handled, being sampled. And in total, we sampled 55 cows, 15 bulls for at least a year. And we looked at nasal swabs, genital swabs. And so genital swabs for bulls, of course, it's the sheet opening that we swabbed. For cows, we swabbed the vulva. We then looked at milk samples and at semen samples, and we did PCR on everything. In total, we took about 350 nasal swabs, 350 genital swabs, 250 milk samples, and 87 semen samples. Of all the animals that we sampled, 32 out of 70, so that's almost half, had at least 1 positive sample. So that was great, because that way we had something to analyze on. And I will now separate them out in the cows and the bulls. I know this graph seems very daunting, but actually this table is a combination of two tables that will give you the results and at the same time give you the positive predictive value of the type of sample that you would do. So what does this table say? Well, we only had one milk sample that was positive. We had 8 samples that were 8 cows that were only positive on the nose. We had 6 cows that were only positive on the genital opening, and then we had 1 cow that was positive on milk and genital opening, and 2 cows that were positive on the nose and the genital opening. What does that mean? That means that we actually had 2 populations. We had cows that were carrying in the nose, and we had cows that were carrying in the genital area. So that means I cannot point with this apparently, but if you would only have tested the nasal opening, we would actually only have detected 60% of all the cows that were positive at least once. So we would have missed 40% of the positive cows. If we had tested the genital opening, we would have missed even more. We would have missed 45%. So that means that for cows, it is actually better to take both a nasal swab and a genital swab at the same time and analyze them to avoid missing carriers. So that meant that we already had a big step forward, because what were we doing in practice? We were only testing noses. It's easy. You just swab one side of the nose and next one. But that meant that we were actually missing 40% of the carriers that way. We then went to the bulls, and in the bulls it was exactly the same story. We had 9 ones that only carried on the nose, we had 4 that carried both in the nose and the genital opening, and we had 4 that only carried in the genital opening. And then we had 0 that were positive on semen. So what we saw in this study was that the semen in itself wasn't positive, but the genital opening was. And so here as well, we saw that if we only sampled one of the two, if we only had sampled the nose, we would have missed 25% of all carriers. If we only had sampled the sheath, we would have missed more than half of all the carriers. So here as well, we saw that combining the 2 samples, combining both a nose and a genital sample, was actually the way to go to detect more carriers. Of course, these are only the animals that we detected. So it could be that we missed animals that were at that point not excreting. But even with this limited study, because we weren't going to kill all those cows to see if maybe somewhere we could find the culture of Mycoplasma, even with this limited amount of data, we could see that just combining the 2 samples, and it doesn't cost more because you can easily pull PCRs, it actually meant that we would increase gradually and actually very highly the amount of Mycoplasma that we were isolating. In the second part of the study, we then wanted to look at left and right nasal opening. 63 of the samples were negative. That's fine. But then we saw that if we tested, we saw that there were 3 that were only positive on the left, 5 that were only positive on the right, and 5 that were positive on both nasal openings. So that meant that if we just randomly had taken one of both nasal openings, we would have missed 30% of all positive animals. So there again, just the act of deciding to put your swab as well in the other nasal opening meant that we found 30% more positive animals. I would like to add, these were just normal nasal swabs, so it's not the deep nasopharyngeal swab. So it meant that even with a not very great tool to detect Mycoplasma, we could still find 30% more Mycoplasma. So that meant that our very tiny study actually showed some very interesting results, because it showed that the genital area, the genital carrying of Mycoplasma is important. And it seems to be a different mode of carrying than the nose, because it's not at the same time all the time. So it means that you need to test both to make sure that you find all the carriers, because we know that this genital way of carrying can easily spread Mycoplasma in a herd, Because certainly in Belgium, what do farmers buy? A new bull. And so if this new bull carries Mycoplasma in his genital sheath, well then he's easily carrying it to all the new cows in the herd. Sampling only one of the two will have a large percentage of the animals missed. And this bilateral nose sampling, as for coronavirus, seems to have the same result for Mycoplasma bovis. And so this is not, again, the conclusions, but I thank you all for your attention. I would like to thank all of my co-authors, and if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for your great presentation. We have time for questions, ideas.
Thanks. Neil Watt, MV Diagnostics, Edinburgh. When you were looking at the antibody responses, did you look at individuals over time or just point studies? And the reason I ask is we've been doing some work in Norway with bovine coronavirus. And after a clinical outbreak of coronavirus, if you follow the animals on, about 5% develop a persistent response, particularly to the antigen that's involved, which indicates active infection. And we think these are probably the persistently infected carriers. Would such a response be easier to look at in Mycoplasma? I know it's much more complex, the actual antigens, but would it be possible to do it?
I think it would be a nice option if you could follow those animals for a long time. But the issue is that in practice, in our country, it's always just pinpoints in time. It's the moment those farmers decide to sell their animal, then they will take a blood sample and then they will see, oh, antibodies are positive or they're negative. And maybe 30 days later, we will retake a sample and then they will pull a lot of conclusions out of those two pinpoints in time. But I really would like that someone would do a longitudinal study on Mycoplasma bovis antibodies for 2 years just to see how the antibodies go. Because next to the issue of just Mycoplasma and antibodies, there's also the issue of the tests, because we know that a lot of the tests actually have a lot of issues. And so that might also have very large complications, as for example in such studies where we just look at one-time antibodies and pull conclusions out of it.
I don't see any, yeah.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate very interesting speech. In one slide, you present that the seroprevalence, herd seroprevalence is over 60%. Yes, it's a very impressive, I think, results. It is similar like in my country. But what kind of method do you use using for the obtained the results? Because our study based on the screening methods only, complement fixation tests and ELISA tests, yes, we use the same results in the herd results, and even individually some animals they had the same status. But it's very impressive, your results, and I'd like to ask you what kind of methods do you use?
Yeah, I'm gonna correct it a little bit, because the 60%, those were the farms that sold at least 10 animals, and there was at least one that was positive. But you couldn't say that that meant that 60% of all herds, 66% are positive, because that means that you're only selecting for those that in that year sold a lot of animals. And we actually have herds that never sell any animals or don't do the blood testing. I did do a study a few years earlier on the prevalence in general in an ad random study on both dairy and beef cows. And there we saw 33% of all herds being positive. So I would say that, of course, the prevalence rises a bit every year, but I would say that it's more like 30 to 40% of all herds being positive, with in the big herds that purchase a lot, of course, a higher prevalence, because we know that that's one of the risk factors. And so in that study of the at random sampling study, there it was both PCR on milk samples and ELISA on blood samples that we used to determine positive or negative samples.
The problem is our results was connected with the previous interpretation, which was recommended, because practically after the new recommendations, when you use a cut-off, completely another cut-off, the final results is about 30, 32, eventually over 30%.
Yeah, so for the last study of the purchase, the very big purchase study, there we did the Mila ELISA, and we used the cutoff of 85. So we do miss some of the younger calves we will probably have missed. But we consider that the purchase protocol is mainly used for adult cattle and not for calves. But it will probably be a percentage that we missed with the different cutoff before and below 6 months, because we didn't have the data of how old the animal sampled was, so we couldn't say anything about that.
And for me, it was very interesting and surprising that you completely didn't find any positive results in semen as a samples, because it is impressive, because in my country, when is the infected semen by the IBR herpes virus, it's a contaminant infection by the Mycoplasma. Is this result you didn't observe?
No, and these were, I think, 63 samples of semen, but we actually took a lot more samples later, and we cannot find any Mycoplasma in it. It could be that it is the way that they decontaminate the semen collection equipment afterward that makes that there is no continuous presence of Mycoplasma biofilm, but we just don't find any Mycoplasma in the semen. It's very weird. But at the same time, in New Zealand, they only found one strain of Mycoplasma that is infecting all these herds, and they've been introducing semen into the country for years. So it could be that it is just very rarely infected.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We are closing now our first day or session from infection disease. Thank you very much for all the contributions, all the questions, and we have now time to have a good information for you.
We want to invite you to assist at the symposium of Guardians of Heart Health, a positive blueprint to Mycoplasma bovis prevention in calves, in the same place at the afternoon, please.
He couldn't because he had problems with her with